under silent skies. Someone's approaching the cover of the night. Every step she takes, dancing out of sight before her clever fray, and steal your dreams away. Diamonds, iris, round the virus. I will be your nightmare. Gold contagion won't delay it. You won't get away. I can be your nightmare. Got you locked up in my head just like a nightmare. Nightmare.
Okay, hello. Hello, hello. We're here for day 2. I have Boop, who is not late, to my left.
I am not late. I am Boop. Late is a different person who does variety of niche nights.
And then to my right is the Medkits. It's...
Hi.
Oh,
Sup?
so a couple of reminders before we start. 1, here's the leaderboard of who's leading. We got 7 more to go today. We're starting with Bull. Order should be Bull, Blue, GG, Skami, Ambrisk, Kagami, and then Hyper. So, here we go. Everyone ready? Everyone ready? Ready or not? Actually, are both of y'all ready? I'm assuming both of y'all are ready.
I'm ready.
Alright.
Yes, I'm ready.
Alright. Here we go.
I was about to say I need to finish my fried egg, but I finished it 2 minutes ago.
See. Here is Operator Mantle by Bullshot. He is a 6-star Earthshaker. So your comparison is Pepe. That's it.
Who?
That's
That's a joke. I'm sorry.
Like, did you not pull for the cat?
No, it's a joke. It's
Everyone
a
side-eye this
joke.
man. Side-eye this man right now.
It's a joke, okay? I dropped like 180 pulls and I got 1 Pepe, okay? I did have the heart to P6.
I pulled a 10 roll, got not into it yet, and gave up.
Honestly, the
Fair
correct
enough.
choice.
From what I remember, these are just the AoE guards, correct?
AoE guards with extra steps. It's like
Okay,
it's
understood.
like the damage is kind of like a Flinger, but their guard is kind of like the badly explained Earthshaker.
I would say they have more damage, less survivability.
Mhm.
Is the easiest way to explain it.
No, yeah, I'm looking at their stats right now.
Glass
It's
cannons.
Pretty.
I wouldn't call them
Glass.
glass
Nah,
cannons.
they're not glass.
Centurions, but worse.
Lords are glass cannons.
I don't know if worse is even the right call either, because I feel like
They're definitely not worse. It's
Crushers,
just a
but
different
AoE.
flavor.
it's just the AoE Centurion, like a bit more AoE Centurion. It feels like. But...
Again, it's like Flinger attacks, but on a guard platform.
Lords are the guard archetype with actual
Damn,
defense.
Group just get it. Back checked immediately. What a
Listen,
great showing
Listen.
from our judge right here. What a great show.
In either case, we could just move on.
Yep.
hold on, I need to check this stuff.
Yeah, the stats look fine. These
Nothing
are,
too crazy.
yeah, these are just about Pepe's, so it's fine.
Like nothing too crazy. Alright.
Yeah, I don't say anything crazy. No 25 res this time.
You don't want 25 res dropping at 23 res?
No.
So what do we got here? We got
That's it.
alternate dealing fizz for arts.
Mostly physical.
What is that? Why do you say mostly? What does that mean?
No, if you look, it just says 20 or 80%. That's why.
Oh,
That's why. It could have been worded a bit better, but
Oh.
it makes sense.
okay, that makes more sense then. So basically, you're either doing majority fizz with some arts or majority arts with some fizz.
And then there's
oh,
true damage.
True damage.
And then there's a
Ooh.
mark effect with a true damage.
Alright, true damage, brave. Alright. I think true damage is a bit hard to balance, but we'll go from there.
That's what, like 130-ish? About 140 true.
Yeah?
So that they
I
get
mean-
marked twice. That they take 6 attacks. Because mark
Correct.
to gain another mark. Lose all
This
mark.
feels like a feels like a League of Legends character. I'm not gonna lie.
Same.
Yeah,
I
at the
will-
moment there are like 3 things, it's just like, oh, it's League of
Right.
I
Legends.
will
forgot-
continue to say that a bunch of OC creators, you guys suffer from league-itis. We're like,
Like,
okay, we gotta
this-
have like 8 billion. Alright, so go ahead.
No, it's just like third strike yells, oh okay, it's a 3-hit passive from League. I'm someone should correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's Yone that does arts physical.
Something like that.
You
Either
don't
way,
I think
it's
it's
like
Yone. I haven't played in a while, but I believe it's Yone.
It is
Um,
Yone.
Vayne and
And
Yone,
then-
according to
And the
Zukaku.
third strike is quite literally Vayne for the most part. It's just they didn't do HP because they know it'd be OP.
like.
So that's it's just the love child of League right now.
I mean, we literally had Zeri last contest, so.
Oh, lovely.
Also
Okay.
true.
Alright, what's this
That
talent
affects
do?
my negative status, change negative status turn. Whatever Molten Drive is, with a 5-second cooldown. Negative
Wait,
status
what?
cannot be removed, so basically, whatever that negative status is just... So you're still ignoring the negative status. Oh, so basically
I'm going
your negative
to-
status is now you're taking
Oh.
damage every second.
Okay, I see what's going on now.
I see now.
It's you get so they get stunned,
Mhm.
it gets Molten Drive, so they're not stunned anymore, but they start losing health instead, and they get a bonus attack speed.
Yeah.
And every time they get stunned again, it would refresh.
Mhm.
But then, if the 6 seconds is over, then there's a 5-second cooldown where they can't get this Molten Drive. So it's okay, I get it.
Yeah, it basically means if you can negate a series of quick stuns, but
Right.
if there's a little bit of spacing, you can't still get stunned.
The one case scenario I can think of off the top of my head is those really annoying crossbow guys who stun you.
Oh
Like a
yeah,
mile
well, those
away.
guys are assholes.
Yeah,
I
this is
was-
like the perfect counter.
I was thinking about the melee mechs from Dorothy's Vision.
Oh, that would work too. Yeah, those
That
guys
too?
too.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
Basically anything that has a
Well,
constant stun,
actually, these guys they actually just might kill the person.
they just keep punching you. That's true.
Yeah, they kind of hurt actually. They might as
Listen,
well.
listen. We have a bigly heal medic, all right? With
Oh, you're
that
right.
medic
Just
in
bring
this
out-
repertoire, this
Let's-
operator is not dying.
Let's
Yeah,
let's
we
spare
just-
Lasat some. Let's spare Lasat the pain. and
de-
keep moving
deploy
on.
Charisse and just flicks everything
Let's-
right. Yeah.
Let's just spare Lasat the pain and keep scooting along.
All right, let's see.
He's taking enough mental damage. What do we got? We got an extra pile of range, deals 330% as damage based on talent 1.
Wait. Oh, I get what's going on. So, let's just for number's sake, I'm gonna pick an easy number, 100,
Alright.
damage, right?
Alright?
So it says do 100 damage, but then depending on what the next hit's gonna be, if it's 80-20 physical arts or arts
Oh,
physical,
it's supposed to be
do that.
Got
Yeah,
it.
it's just
Yeah.
saying do that. So you could theoretically, like, the boss has a lot of res but no defense. You would want to time this so that it does the physical. That's a lot of micromanagement, but that's technically what you could do.
To
If
which I
this had
say,
charges, I would agree, but this
it what?
doesn't. It's just if it had charges. I feel like
Oh yeah.
it's just a 6 SP cost offensive recovery manual skill. It feels like just one more charge.
it's Power Strike with extra steps.
This unironically just feels like another League skill. It's just use it when you want to get the mark reset. This is what
Yeah,
it feels like.
it's your auto reset. It's your
It's the auto reset, yeah,
guaranteed-
it's
yeah,
auto
it's your
reset.
auto reset.
I swear to God, I'm about to start shooting people on site who do like League skills at this point. Somebody get
okay,
very
let's,
annoyed.
let's see if we got another League skill. Let's see what's this attack.
At least it's not. Oh wait, it is AOE. It's literally just Yone and Yasuo Q.
Attack interval, so you have longer attack intervals, you do more attack, you do more splash, attacks slow, and enemies get slowed. Oh Christ.
The first 2 times the skill deactivates. What? Hold up.
So basically, after you use it, so once it ends, your talent damage ratio changes to 90 fizz, 10 arts, or
Yeah,
100 arts,
okay.
0 fizz. And then once you activate it twice, you just get mark on every. The skill
That's-
does marks.
Okay, I'm now getting it. But now my question is, that 100 to 0 ratio, does that mean they just stop doing arts damages?
I want to say
no,
they
no.
stop doing fizz.
Oh no, it's the other way around. Sorry, it's the other way around. They
It just
just
alternates
do-
between
alternate. Right, I forgot it's alternating.
90,
Right.
90 fizz, 10 arts, and 100.
Yeah.
This to me feels like it. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. It just feels like a lot of complexity for things that you can do without the complexity needed.
You didn't need to do this.
Like this feels like you're adding extra steps to something that you don't need to add the like. Just do arts or physical. Don't do this weird swappy swap thing. It just gets wonky. This is the opposite direction of QOL. It's like, all right, I'm gonna do. It's like, if I want arts damage, I'll just use a caster. If I want fizz damage, then I'll just use it for guard. Like this to me is like a jack of all trades, master of none. but not in a fun way. In like a,
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm gonna get half the damn time because I'm not counting the number of hits.
They'll
Let
do
me
true
put it
damage,
this
right?
way. Let me put it this way. It feels like you tried to make the Centurion slash Earthshaker version of Chiobai and failed immensely.
I wouldn't necessarily fail, but
Yeah,
just
failed is a bit
failed
strong.
is a bit strong. I would say this is like, I would say it's adding complexity to something where I feel that you would be able to get better results without adding complexity for complexity's sake, is what this feels like to me.
Alright, let's see a skill tree for now. Hold up.
So more
This is
attacks,
great.
so longer attacks. Now you're okay. So now your molten
Oh,
drive.
you just get
lasts-
molted. You'll just get molted. Okay.
Your molten drive lasts till end of skill. So if you, so that's only if you take a stun though, or take a negative status.
No, I think they're just saying it turns on molten drive,
Ah.
which makes more sense.
All right.
'Cause
So
you don't
kill-
necessarily because they declared molten drive is just a status of the character, not
Oh,
necessarily
that's fair,
you need
yeah.
to be stunned. It's just that it can happen when you're stunned in this
That's
case.
fair.
So in other words, they're just saying turn it on.
That's all. That's all I'll take it as.
Oh, random enemies, brave.
Heck. Something Santala RNG go, but not quite.
Oh no.
Hey, Santalas are good, okay? I will defend
He
them.
gets it.
What is that? Gavis 2 range? I want to say.
That's Gav S2 range. Yeah, that's Gav S2 range.
Then-
No, it's bigger than Gavas, dude. It's basically just the
Oh.
range of a Mystic Caster.
Wait,
Oh,
Gav is only 2, you're right. Gav's only 2, she doesn't get 3,
Oh,
right?
that's true.
Yeah.
More range, but now it's just random. Granted, you have AoE
Oh.
splash, so it's like hypothetically you're still hitting things.
Yeah.
My question is, because this is a melee operator, and if they block, let's say there's like 30 enemies in that 3x3, and they're blocking 2 enemies, do they just not attack the enemies they're blocking and just still randomly attack, or do they prioritize the ones they're blocking?
Just getting our ass beat.
just like, nah, I'll deal
Not
with you
true.
later.
Now they'll do it later. Yeah. Wait, what is this note? Attack or noble with no other influences to skill 3 and talent 2 equals 2 seconds. I feel like this is a bit contradictory. You're saying molten drive can extend past skill duration if they get stunned or negative status and refresh the duration, but then you also write it lasts till the end of the skill. And that's a clear cut. It ends. You can't make it go beyond the skill duration. Because you wrote it ends.
Yeah, because my
Yeah.
interpretation is that once you activate it, it starts.
Yeah,
Then
exactly. That's
once
correct.
the skill ends, it ends. Like it's not the effect. Like if you want to just give the effect, you could just. I guess this is like a little wonky of saying like, okay, you get 35 seconds of molten drive, guaranteed. I guess would be the better way to word it. I suppose. Yeah, like inner molten drive for 35 seconds or something. Like that's a much better way of saying last till end of skill. I think I get what you're trying to say, but there's better wording for it.
Yeah, right now it's just contradictory, unfortunately, so it doesn't work.
And that's what it's written as, so it's like, wait. I can understand
Okay.
what you're trying to go for, so we'll have some leniency there. Because, you know, we understand that English is not everyone's primary language.
Yeah. What are the talents again? I'm sorry.
You have the weird swap thingy,
Okay, so there's.
and then you have the molten drive just activating it for status.
I see. At the very least, this character's gonna do a good amount of damage, I think.
Probably. I mean, you have 200% attack. Like you're gonna be hitting pretty hard.
Mike, actually, I wonder now if.
Reminder
Wait,
also.
go back to the talent. Sorry, like it says every hit.
Reminder
the-
that when you do your when the S3 hits, you're just flip flopping between damage. The entire
Yeah,
time,
but
too.
there's also my question. This is the earthquake, whatever it's called, but
For
they do
sure.
AOE per hit.
Yeah.
So if you get hit by the AOE, do you also get marked?
I would
I'm going to
say
assume yes.
That's a lot of true damage. on this
Yup.
character.
It is a
Oh
lot of
my.
true damage.
I mean, it's like, all right, well, you're swapping. You might as well do. I'm just like, this again. This to me just feels like you're doing a lot of things for the sake of doing a lot of things. You can have simpler effects, guys, adding more thinking to it does not necessarily make it a good skill or a quote-unquote good operator. Like, this feels like you could have saved a lot of effort and just made it a lot simpler to work with by just tweaking it slightly.
So I will say, I did check Pepe S2 because Lukaku brought it up. This skill 3 is basically Pepe S2 with different flavors.
Got it.
I have the description right
Reminder,
here. Actually.
I will say, Medkit's reminder that I think the AoE splash is like 50% of attack is
Oh no,
ammo.
I don't care about that. I don't care about the mark because no, normally the true damage isn't that crazy normally.
Oh, that's true, because the splash just applies the mark. The mark itself is 10%.
Yeah, but the true damage itself is not too crazy because
So
if it's like
140.
if it's like 10%, it's like 100. That's not bad at all. But if you're giving attack plus 200% and you're constantly stacking it, they have crazy attack speed and your AOE, then it gets a little insane. No?
It doesn't reduce their attack speed from the start until they can boost it up again, though.
Yeah.
So it's a
Oh,
little-
okay. Wait, I misread that part. I thought it reduced the.
No,
as
no,
well.
it makes it take longer, and then once you attack 4 times, you get 40 attack
Okay.
speed, which, as far as I can tell, just makes you attack slightly faster, but not by much.
Yeah, because I like to use Amia Caster as like a baseline for what's acceptable for true damage. You know, she definitely has the best on Caster. It's good attack, good range, right? But she killed herself.
Yeah.
In this case,
I think the true damage is fine. It's 35
okay,
seconds.
I personally don't like true damage too much. To be honest with you.
Understandable, but
It's
something
not
to work
crazy, but it's also my issue is not that I feel like if it's AoE and constantly hitting everybody, it's not a lot individually, but it might just ignore a lot of things. But we'll see. I know. I can't tell. This is all.
I'm fine with
my head.
true damage as a concept. My concern is when people overdo it. This to me does not overdo it. It's 35 seconds, but it's like realistically you're not doing that much.
I'd be okay with it if
Yeah.
the AoE did not stack a mark. But that's
Either
fine.
way,
I think
stacking
it's
them up is
fine.
fine because you're doing this weird alternate thing. So like, if you're alternating, I feel like your damage is gonna get kneecapped depending on what you're fighting anyway. You're only gonna be you're gonna be like half as effective with your
I will
regular
say-
attacks.
Will say I'm a little disappointed in skill 3 in the sense of it doesn't really use talent one.
I mean,
in the
it
sense
does,
of, like, it
because
does.
you're always.
I mean,
doing the 1-2-1-2.
yeah, I mean, you're always doing the 1-2-1-2, but what I mean is that it doesn't do something like skill 2 where it tries to change it up a bit at the very least. It's
Honest-
just bigger numbers.
Honestly, a lot like my gripe with Talent 1 is just the entirety of it as a concept. It's like why? Like why? That just doesn't seem fun to me. That honestly just seems like a pain to like try to manage. Granted, would it be cool for niche stuff? Yeah, probably. You're like, oh, I gotta manage this. But it's like, yeah, but be real. This feels like a pain. So like, all right, we only get like arts damage every second hit or something. It's just, it's just why I feel like there'd be better ways to go about it without leagueifying it for the sake of leagueifying it. Like, I swear to God, I'm about to ban League of Legends concepts from the game at this point. Thank you.
I
swear to
think
God.
I do think the operator overall has been overcomplicated, but I can see the concept being there. Like, I can see the essence of it, and I'm okay with the essence, just not what's there,
Yeah,
if that makes sense.
This feels like you were making a character for League and then pulled it into Arknights. Is what this feels like. But anywho, let's go on to lore and voice lines.
Oh, I see. Yeah, it definitely is an identity crisis.
It's just like what? I'm not a fan of kits that feel complex for the sake of it being complex. Again, like I'm just not a fan of that. Anywho, let me know when you guys are ready to go to page 2 of lore, because I will just read. Oh, this is a first person lore. Okay, low key, I saw Toronto, and I read that as Toronto for a second. I was like, wait a minute. I was like, Canada?
So, this is the new lore now. They're Canadian.
No, I just misread. I just paused for a split second.
No. This is the new lore now.
They're actually just Canadian.
We're now Canadian.
Alright, I'm ready to go to page 2.
I'm good, yeah.
Gazing through a looking glass to a new reality.
Boop, ready to go to page 2?
One moment.
Okay.
Yep, I'm ready.
Alright. Next page.
Is it peaceful there beyond the
Let's see.
reflections of my cold eyes? Sometimes I see my soul.
Alright, I'm ready to go to voice lines.
One moment, please.
Ah, messenger. Wait, are they a messenger?
Battery messenger.
Yeah, they're messenger. Okay, cool.
I'm ready.
I'm
Alright.
good.
Alright. Alright, who are we getting thrown under the bus? I think Boop's turn to get thrown under the bus, right?
I'm okay with that.
Alright, go, Boop. The bus awaits.
Oh, hey there, Doc. Name's Mantle. I will be helping in the field as a surveyor and catastrophe aficionado. Oh, hey, sorry, gotta run. The stuff arrived and I don't want anyone crushed under the stuff I brought along. Hope your day is going better than mine. I was told I could leave the maintenance of hammer and anvil to the engineering department, but it still doesn't sit right to not be there when it undergoes the process. Who is my mysterious benefactor? He's Mr. Can't Say. Spry and kind fellow. Well, he's most likely support our efforts. I would like to keep him away from all of this. We're both soldiers. We both know how terrible that moral gray zone can really get. Oh, for crying out loud. Can't complain.
Alright. Well done, Boop. You ready to hit points?
Yes, sir.
Medkits, would you like to screenshot the... The way I fiddle with this, you shouldn't need to do that now, because I can just do this.
I'm good.
But
Yeah, I
you
got
should
the
still have what
skills.
you need. Yeah, you should still
I got
have
the
what you need.
skills.
Yep. Alright. So, as usual, I think Boop will lead us off and go from there.
Yeah. The lore is fine in the sense of the details. In terms of like how it was told, it felt like word vomit, right? Because it feels like I don't know the context for it, right? Because it's someone telling their story from a first person point of view, and I don't know about you, but I don't tell my boss my entire life story just like this, right? Right? So I'll give it a 1.5. It is there. It meets the mark. For cohesion and integration, I do like the skills and the talents again as a concept. I think it just needs a lot of more fine-tuning. So I will give it a 1.1. Simply because you have something. I feel like you have something at the very least. For balance, I think the balance is fine. I'll give it a 1.5 because it's not like a lot of damage. It's like if this was in the game, I'd be like, cool. We have another operator that does a lot of damage. We have another guard for Arknights. And for the kit, honestly, other than Talent 1, the kit feels kind of basic. So I'll give kit a 1.3.
Got it. It's a 5.4 from Boop. I got lost for a second there. 5.4. Alright, Memphis Jackaras.
Let's start with lore. I get it. You have a 700 word limit. You don't have to use all 700 words. at the very least, I get what's going on. It's kind of hard to like take it all in all at once so fast. It's just a lot of word vomit. Um, but it works. So 1.5, it's fine. I just feel like it just feels like a what's it called? It's not even a really good resume. It just feels like the intro to like a biopic.
Autobiography.
Or yeah, like a autobiography. Sorry.
Mhm.
Just feels like an intro. Just kind of like, all right, cool. So yeah, 1.5 baseline. I think the kit. My screenshot. I don't like that talent. First one with the alternating back and forth. It just feels really random, especially for a guard. Not even for a guard. It doesn't matter. It doesn't really fit in anywhere. I'm a little biased against true damage, but I'm gonna ignore that one for this case. I just don't like the whole micromanagement you'll have to do to actually like maybe get the value out of it, especially with your skills. But at the very least, the skills kind of work with it, so it's kind of interesting. I'm actually okay with talent 2. I think talent 2 is kind of nice. You don't really see this sort of thing in other cards and whatnot, and I think Pepe has a anti CC skill or talent. I don't actually know. I don't use her, so I actually don't know.
We should let me double check.
Yeah, double check right now real quick.
Off the top of my head, I believe Blessing has like a negate the CC.
Oh, you're right. Lessing has one too. I don't use
Blessing
them either.
has one.
Oh yeah, but,
It's Pepe's skill 1. If
Yeah.
she's affected by a negative status, the skill can be used to remove the negative
yeah,
status.
it's more removing it, not like turn the negative status into something positive. It's usually just get rid of it, but
Interesting.
not a
Yeah,
stretch to see it turn into something useful.
yeah. At the very least, the talent removes their good chunk of their health every second. 5% is every second is not ignorable. It's a decent chunk, so I'm actually okay with this, which is fair. I feel like overall though, I wasn't a huge fan of the skills overall though, because it feels kind of bland, especially for like an AoE guard, right? I'm gonna be a little bit reserved though, because I don't use this archetype and I've never really had experience with it, so I can't say too much. So for me, for kit, I'll probably could just give like a 1. Doesn't really feel anything interesting. It feels more like League. We talked about that already. For balance, I actually think the balance is fine in terms of numbers. I don't think anything weird, so I'll give that a 2. Because at the very least, it does feel like if you dropped it into the game right now, it'd be fine. So I'll separate that from the kit. As for the cohesion, this is a messenger, I believe, and
Yep.
this is a very strong messenger. I feel like it. Going back to the League, it just feels like he took League stuff and dumped it in here, and then maybe some other stuff from other characters. I think someone mentioned that skill 3 is just a skill 2 for Pepe, right? Yeah, I don't know. Like, it doesn't really feel like you build it with the operator in mind. It just feels like you had the skills first, and then you kind of built the operator around these skills, other way around. Not a huge fan of it, to be honest. I don't really see this. At the very least, though, if you dumped it into the game right now, yeah, I could see it happening. It's not crazy, so just give it like a 1.2 or so. Not bad, not good, just kind of there.
So 5.8 for medkits. I'll start with lore as well then, since that seems to be what we're all starting with. So lore-wise, I think I got a lot more of the personality, but from like an overall lore perspective, this is kind of like you tap the surface of everything. They're like, oh yeah, there's like you name dropped a lot of locations, but I'm not really getting a whole lot of like oh, more details. It's just, yeah, I was here, and I'm just like, alright, cool. Like I know more of what they do as opposed to I know more of their personality versus what they do, which is fine, but it feels like it's a little all over the place for the lore. But it's a functioning lore, so it's functioning. So I'll give it a 1.5. We'll do balance first. I think the balance is fine. Like, the numbers don't go crazy. Like, it's an adequately balanced operator. It goes in the game. It's like, oh yeah, you can see some uses. You can see some situations. Does it what? Like, how would I put it? Do I want to pull for this operator from like a? Do I want to pull from this for this operator eh. Like this operator's kind of in Pepe tier. I'm just kind of like, eh. Like if they're on a standard banner, I'm like, I probably would skip the banner if I'm being honest. But like damage, I'm like, yeah, it's a solid amount of damage, just nothing spectacular. So like it's again, it's fine. The balance is fine. It's not underpowered. It's not overpowered. It's like it's a good balance. So yeah, I'll give it like 1.8 for that. Like it's balanced. Just it's not, I don't know, balanced but with spices, I guess.
This operator exists essentially.
Yeah, it's, how do I put it? Okay, so in IRL sports, there's a term called a jag, which is like just another guy. That's what this operator kind of feels like to me, at least from the skills. It's just like, okay. But, okay, now for the kit. I'm gonna be honest, I really don't like the Talent 1. I think the Talent 1 is clunky. I think it's unnecessarily... It's anti-QOL for an operator. Usually, modules usually make that better. Modules go in the other direction, and it's like... But even modules don't have to fix this, is the way to put it. Like, again, this feels like it's a League skill that you just yoinked and threw into Arknights without thinking about if it works, if this style of stuff would work in AK. It just seems unnecessarily clunky for the sake of it being unnecessarily clunky. So I'm not a fan of Talent 1, which in effect does affect the rest of the kit because all the skills use the Talent 1. I do like Talent 2 though. I think Talent 2 is a pretty cool thing. If you stuck with things that were more closer to what you did for Talent 2, I would like this a lot more. But because the Talent 1 is there and it's a part of everything, I don't like it. I simply don't like it. Your kit's getting a 1 for me. I think it's just... The 1 just torpedoes it so much. The Talent 1, it torpedoed it that bad for me. For the cohesion integration, it's... I mean, I can see the central concept you're trying to go for. Does it work together well? To me, absolutely not. I don't think it works together well. Yeah, it feels clunky. Talent 1 just makes all the rest of the skills clunky. Like, are you better for dealing with Fizz? Are you better for dealing with arts? Like, you're trying to go both routes, but instead of like, oh yeah, like we're actually hitting both routes, you've just like wedged yourself against the fork of the road, and you're just kind of jammed there. And it's just like, you have people pass you by, like, what the hell is he doing there? Like, that's what that feels like to me. So, kit, I'm gonna give it like a 1 point. I'll give it like a 1.2, so I'll give it 5.5 overall. I really did not like that Talent 1. I'm sorry. My bit rate might be dropping a little bit of frames here, but anywho, I think we're good again. Twitch is being weird. That's a 16.7. 16.7.
I like how both of you are like, oh, hey, I don't like Talent 1, and I'm still the harshest out of all of us.
Look, I think we've made it clear that I'm usually one of the more lenient judges for points.
I just separated the fact that if you take out Talent 1, the skills are at least still functional.
Yeah,
So
it's like everything else functions except the Talent 1. I just despise that Talent 1 with a burning passion.
Mechits is luckily spared from my wrath. Wait, what happened? Why am I spared from a wrath? What happened? I don't get it.
Zui Kaku has many, many paragraphs of skills whenever he submits something.
Amber, it's not league skill, it's here, let me just show you. It's a league talent. The first talent is straight up from League of Legos.
Oh, that's okay.
Oh yeah, we have something what we nicknamed the Zuikaku special, which
is it like the paragraphs and paragraphs for a skill?
Yeah.
You have not been subjected to the Zuikaku special.
Barely comprehensible kits, I see.
Zui makes some fun kits where it takes a little bit to figure out
I
the LDR.
see.
He has also been dinged many a time for adding 5 skills, for fitting 5 skills into 1 skill.
I see.
Oh, would you look at that?
Oh,
Iberia.
it's blue. Okay,
Ah.
Zero, move on.
Wow, Blue X
Wow.
Siberia? Who would have thought?
Blue X Iberia? Oh, wow.
With an
Wait.
eager race?
Wait,
Man.
hold up. Iberia's real?
Daring today, aren't we, Blue X?
I was under the impression Iberia didn't exist, but alright.
This is the SpongeBob being all over again. Can I get a Aegir from Iberia Daring today, aren't we?
Let me just remake the meme I posted yesterday and just replace it with blue
Replace
X.
Simply with blue. This is an Iberia op. This is the 7th time this week we brought an Iberian op blue.
Oh, we at least don't have a lot of artificers, so this is nice. And the only
You're
competition is Windflit, so in other words,
If this op's worse than Winfl, I swear to God.
didn't
No,
I say
no,
last
I-
week you've somehow created someone worse than Windflit?
Something like that, I think.
I think that was my one.
Well, that was the
sentence.
5. I think that might have been the geek that actively killed.
It was the
you.
geek, yeah, right. I said this is
But
actively
that's
worse
at
than
least
Windflit.
not. They were an artificer. You made an artificer that's worse than Winfl. It's like, oh boy.
Stats.
I believe in Blue X's skills to make a decent operator.
This is fine. The attack's a little high, but it makes up for the lower HP, so that's fine.
So like nothing too crazy.
The defense is a little
Yeah.
higher too, but it makes sense with the trust bonuses, so it's not too bad.
Yeah.
What do you got? So we can deploy Maculator. You spend 8 SP to activate a device's passive effect for. Okay, so it's like the usual device thing for
Yeah.
Artificer. Nothing too crazy then.
We had to read the skills for this one, otherwise that
Yup.
won't make sense.
Cool, you can deploy. Module is 1 more device, and the device costs 2 less DP. You immediately grant 1 SP to adjacent allies. That's the new one. So you can SP that a little bit.
Yeah. It's just a one-time 1 SP, that's fine. Yeah, for a flash that makes sense.
Yep.
1 SP.
Alright, here's our skills.
They put Windflit S1 on a talent.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's just his talent, but we'll move on. But at least with Windflit, his talent. No, it's Windflit skill 1 gives 1 SP, but then his talent gives attacks. It's kind of like a flip, but yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways,
So this gives you, so it's like 4 adjacent tiles, you get more defense and terror. Okay, that 10 red is actually pretty solid.
Generous.
50
Jeez.
SP cost though. Wait,
Yeah.
initial SP, dude, you gotta wait 30 seconds to even use that for skill.
Oh my god, yeah.
That
I
is
was gonna say like Nightingale's got competition, but now I'm like, not so much anymore.
Oh no, not with how long I gotta wait to use that. Like, Jesus Christ.
Debate on. Because from what I understand, there is if I drop this device right now, nothing happens. The talent says nothing happens. So except maybe 1 SP.
Activate device passive.
Yeah, it just says device passive, but wait, it says. Oh wait, I
No,
thought.
the passive is when you spend SP. So
Oh,
the way
I
I'm interpreting
misread
is when you deploy the device.
Yeah,
you get
okay.
10 seconds of that.
I thought you had to activate the skill to get that res and
No,
defense
you-
buff.
You activate the skill and then it just
Oh.
keeps it just activates the passive for 50. Hold on. I gotta wait 30 seconds to activate this for 15 seconds, and I don't get it again for 50 seconds.
Well,
This is a
Camelot pretty
very
good, though.
weak skill 1.
That SP, you could probably drop that SP cost to like 30 and it's still fine. But, okay, 30
This is a
might be
very
little, maybe
weak skill
35.
1.
30, 35-ish. 50 is very long. For
Yeah.
it does buff 4 allies, I will say, and you could, keep that going. To me, 50 is a bit long for 15 seconds. Like, I would say either lower the SP cost or increase the duration. One of those two.
I get the logic though. It makes sense. 'Cause
Yeah.
it's like, oh, we do theoretically you give the whole team mini defense buffs and then camouflage, which is kind of insane. So
Oh wait, never mind.
That's why it's a
Camouflage. Okay, never mind. I missed the camouflage.
I mean, it's not invisibility.
yeah, but
Yeah.
camouflage is still amazing.
Camouflage can you can dodge. If I remember right, with the way camouflage works, you can actually just dodge. Wait, can you dodge AOE's with camouflage? You can, right?
No,
No, you can't.
it's invisibility
Oh,
that
it's
does.
invis, okay.
Invisibility does, yeah. But camouflage is nice because you can do stuff like ignore the Emperor's Blade.
That's true. You can just work around that. Yeah, I'm
It's
getting
not
sorry,
with
I got
camouflage. It's only with
Oh.
invis.
Yeah, I got Invis and camo mixed up for a second.
Skill 2 is another 50 cost SP.
Camo basically makes you immune to single target stuff, but if it's any type of AoE, you just still get affected.
I'm okay with the duration for S1. I still think you can drop that SP cost a little bit.
Spending XP.
Device get
For
Who
Who gets the
reference,
attack though?
so for reference, because I'm going to bring it up, but Stainless S1, I know Stainless is a 6-star, but still, for reference, the passive is that a device gives an ally 12% attack. It is at M3, by the way. When activated, immediately gain a device. Attacks deal 200% of attack as physical damage, and device effects increases by 4 times. All active devices are destroyed when skill expires. So he's giving like 48% attack per device, right? And it's for the duration of the skill, which is 20 seconds, and it has a 45 SP cost.
Again, granted 5-star, but again, I think
Yeah.
50 SP cost is a little high for
Yeah.
both.
I would-
these.
Plus attack is very different than defense and res, right?
Mhm.
Like granted, if you're using this on like a defender that's tanking, great. That's a lot of value, right?
Mhm.
But again, like you doing damage and you tanking damage are very different things.
Mhm. I would say
Of course, Phalanx Caster shows up.
everyone's just making Phalanx Caster for giggles at this point, I feel like. Or Phalanx Caster themed shenaniganry for giggles.
A 200 defense drop is actually quite nice.
Also, I just want to clarify with you guys. It said for the passives, it says when spending SP on the device. Can I assume that you can click on the device and then press like a button like similar to a skill to activate the effect, and that costs SP? Like I'm not entirely sure how that works.
And spend 8 SP to activate this device.
A device's passive effect.
Yeah.
So it looks like you
Is
can
it
just-
really a passive though? If you have to spend SP to activate it
Yeah.
at that point, that's kind of.
Yeah, and
I
it's
think
just
it's
like
the way to say that you activate the device depending on the skill. Like, you activate the device for 8 SP, but it's like an off. Technically, it's an off skill effect, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Actually, no, never mind. You can activate the device without activating the skill.
Like, exactly right. It's not a passive per se. It's
Yeah.
another active. It's a mini active, if anything.
I mean,
So,
if
we're
that's
not
the
wrong.
point, if that's
wait,
the
so-
point, then why just activate the skill in the first place?
Yeah. It feels
Why
like
not just like you're increasing the duration for 5 seconds, and then all of your things are just destroyed. It's like what? Why?
Well,
I
you can't.
gotta
You can't activate it without popping, without burning SP, because you are costing 6 to 8 SP. So it's you.
Yes, but where's that
Where's
SP
Where's
coming
the
from?
SP
Is
coming
it coming
from?
from the
Yeah, wait.
operator? Is it coming from the device? Like, where's the SP coming from?
it's the device at that point, right?
I'm assuming it's when you spend it on when you tap the device and there's gonna be like an activate button.
Yeah.
That's the
maybe.
way I interpret
Yeah.
it. So you burn SP on the device, but I'm saying that like the skill, you have a reason to activate the skill.
Is there a summon section?
There's a non-zero chance I missed it. There is in fact a summon section. I may or may not have missed it.
I see. Okay,
Technical
wait,
that would
difficulties.
Okay. I was just like, wait, I'm pretty sure we're missing something here.
Technical,
Something-
biotechnical difficulties.
that would
Technical
explain
difficulties
quite
happen.
a bit.
Don't worry about
Anyway-
it. Technical
anyway, guys,
difficulties.
If you guys in the chat like eggs,
Technical difficulties.
how do you do your eggs? I personally make fried eggs or omelets.
Technical difficulties.
Scrambled eggs.
Technical difficulties. Anyhow,
scrambled
that
eggs
was
are
totally there
nice.
the entire time. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Scrambled eggs are the way to go, in my opinion.
Oh, everything's fine. Everything's there. Everything's there.
Okay, so it's DP cost 5 deployment.
Either way, it's
I'm gonna be real though. I think calling it a passive effect is just kind of wrong.
just
not a-
just activate the device.
It's not a
effect,
passive
but
anymore.
I
Yeah,
mean,
it's not a passive anymore.
I'm not gonna quibble on the grammar per se.
I know
It's
it's,
just,
confusing.
Yeah, it's a little bit like, wait a minute, but again, my point is though that you spend SP if you want individual buffs. If you want to activate all of them without burning like 70 BP or something, actually, how many devices can you throw down? It's like 3, 4, 2, 3, 3, or you can deploy 2.
Do they have a duration? Is there a duration in there by any chance?
No,
Oh, they're permanent. Okay.
yeah,
Oh, semi-permanent. Yeah.
semi, yeah. So it's like So without burn, I guess, well, then you're only burning 16 DP. So it's like, we're no spending. Oh, to spend 8 SP from Druid. Okay. So you're basically delaying your skill activation to be able to use it.
I'm gonna just wait till we review before I say anything. I don't want to spend too much time.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out exactly what. I'm not sure if Arknights has anything where you spend SP points to activate a device. I'm not.
No,
sure
it's. I can't think of it.
I can't think of any operator that does it. Anywho, let's just go to lore.
I do not think any operator does it.
Yeah, the only thing that I can think comes to mind is maybe like technically Moo summon. Like you need to activate the SP to turn into a different operator, but like it's a little different.
You're not pulling SP from Lulu, that's the thing. Anywho.
Exactly. As I'm just trying to say, like
Yeah.
at most, like yeah, I can kind of see that, but we'll see. Whatever.
Here's the lore.
Thank you for having paragraph breaks.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I see the creating this prevent Seaborn from coming closer, but also a pleasant sensor. I'm like, are you just making the Seaborn high? does Sharuna just make the Seaborn high? Are they just like, whoa? What?
Why are the Seaborn high? What did you do?
Is this a drug dealer operator? That's what I need to know.
I'm sorry, I just can't get the image out of my head that the macroline bees are just giant bongs for the Seaborn.
I mean, yeah, at the same time though, it's like, if we have Roberta who's just doing makeup, at this point I'll take anything.
I'm just reading. The C plus says it's just a giant bong now. They're just like, whoa. Like, do they just get the munchies and just turn around like, all right, nah, we gotta hit up like, we gotta hit up Seaborn McDonald's.
The bonus defensive stats is the ignorance power of being high.
Yeah.
And the attack is when you're getting the munchies, like you said. This is okay. This is the way to go. Alrighty.
I'm sorry, that word just makes me laugh harder. In a good way. In a good way. Who's doing lore? Who's doing the voice lines here? All right, make us do deadpan lines.
Hey doctor, I'm operator Garuna. Thanks to Edie's help, I managed to find this place. These devices can create some foul smells if you aren't used to it, so just in case, I have these antidotes for you, doctor. I remember that then when I would purposely make a mess just to piss her off. Of course she knew that I was the one that did it. We aren't really friends if she doesn't know I usually created the mess. This will cover you for a bit. Hope you can handle this scent. Oh, perfume. This is really just a drug operator, bro.
Points time. All right, boop.
All right. I have been whelmed by the lore. 1.5. For cohesion integration, I like it. I think it works well together. I do. What do you call it? I think it definitely could fit into Arknights as a game with the whole draining SP. Because I feel like there's a lot of untapped potential that the devs aren't doing. But then again, I'm not a game designer. I didn't go to college for game design. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'll give cohesion a 1.7.
1.7, alright.
For balance, I do think the balance is slightly underwhelming. So I'll give it a 1.5. But I do feel like it is still like you've met the mark because there are underpowered operators in the game. And the OC kit is definitely fresh. I'll give it a 2 because of the draining SP.
Alright, so 6.7 from Boo. Go, medkits, go.
I have low standards for lore, and it was easy to read, so I'll give it a 2.4, just no, 2.2, just because I can read it and I understand what's going on easily.
Wild card judges.
I tell you, I don't need crazy lore. I just want to know what's going on, and I don't have to spend 2 pages reading it. All right, and Blue hit my metric. But that being said, this feels like I'm gonna be very clear and deliberate for what I say here. in terms of kit, it's interesting because it is new. It's interesting, a little confusing, but it's there. I feel really bad for Winflet now because he's even way like shoved down the like tier list of what's it? What is it called again? This
Artificers?
group artificers like who would use. So, but at the same time, I feel at least okay. Once again, in terms of kit though, it is interesting. I'll give it a 2 because it's at least interesting. I think it could be a bit more, but overall, pretty interesting, and I like it. Balance. Um, I don't. I feel like these are. It's actually 4 skills in 2. You did not create 2 skills and a passive and a passive. You created 2 skills for each individual skill. So it's 4 skills for a 5-star. It's a bit much.
4 skills in a trench coat.
No, yeah, it's 4 skills. Let's be real though, right? It's because none of the other artificers have that, right? And I get it. You're trying to be interesting, but it's 4 skills in 2. Let's be real, because now it's become the devices have skills, and then you activate the actual skill when you actually want to do something with it. I get it. That's why I gave you points for the kit. It's interesting. It's cool, but I think for a 5-star, this is way too much. Like, it's a little excessive. I mean, my man Winflit can barely give you an attack stat, and he's suffering. And should I be using it as a metric? Maybe not. Probably. But bear in mind, his stuff and Roberta's stuff also expires. From what I'm gathering, this is permanent. You gave this operator permanent summon, so that's also a lot. And I actually subscribe to the whole like it's good to have bad operators in this game, kind of like the bad Pokemon like argument too. Like you need to have something bad so that way there's always something a good comparison or it's like those options for what you want to do. But in this case, I feel like it's a little too strong. I'm not a huge fan of it. I'll give it a 1. I think it's way too much, if anything. I'm just gonna at least give you the 1 because I feel like the actual skills themselves, like the camouflage and the massive AoE you can do with the crazy shred, is pretty damn strong. So I'll give you that much though. And then for the cohesion, it's definitely, like I said, it's an artificer. I like that. If you took out some of the stuff and maybe added a timer to the summon, I'd be okay with it. I could see this lasting in the game. But if you added it the way it is right now, I'd be like, in what universe do I not, like, if I have to run Artificer, like, am I ever going to use this over anyone else in that kit besides maybe Stainless, right? But it meets the bare minimum, and I'm okay with it in terms of how it fits into the game, and overall it does mate with the character and who they are and what they're doing, so I'll give it a 1.5.
So 6.7 for medkits. Oh, you do that. So am I gonna somehow end with 6.7 here as well, or lore? The lore is short and sweet, but it's like it's 5-star lore, so it does fit. Like 5-star lore is usually not as elaborate as other ones. Vince, you have a quick background. And I'll give you like I'll give it a 1.7. I would have given it 1.5, but just the mental image of a Seymour just ripping a Mog and going like, oh yeah, that's the good stuff, and just turn around and leaving. Like, I don't know why that just makes me laugh. So I'll give you a little bit extra for that. So I'll give you 1.7 for that, just because it's really friggin' funny to me. As for the kit itself, I think the kit itself is interesting. It's fresh. Yeah, I think the kit itself is interesting and it's fresh. Like, it's things that haven't been done. And it's like, okay, that's pretty cool. And you know, also you didn't make another Winflit. Sorry, Winflit, but I'll give you the. But yeah, I'll give the kit a 2. The balance, you're making Vincent adult skill. You've made 2 skills in a trench coat for each skill, and I'm like, wait, it's weird because it's like the Vice's skill just feels like it's just the operator skill because 1 SP cost and 2 just like you're not getting as much from activating all of it, so it's just like the SP just kind of does more. So it's like, so how do I put it? It's extra strong, but not strong at the same time somehow. You have this weird, like, dichotomy thing going on. And not a fan of it. Maybe not to the extent that those two dislike it. So I'll give it like a 1.2. But it's like, it is wonky. And for cohesion, you had a very clear idea of what you want to go for. And I think it fits together with what you're trying to go for pretty well. I'm not sure how well devices having their own SP, like activating SP device, like actually no, that fits fine at Arknights because devices have you already have things that have devices that activate that charge SP. So yeah, that'll fit in. So yeah, no, that's actually fine. I'll give it like a 2 for that. So I'll give it a 6. So it's a 6.9 for me overall. I thought about it, like, do I also give this 6.7 both different steps? But I'm like, nah. So that comes out to a 20.3 for blue. The seaboard marijuana enthusiast, apparently. Alright. Well, that puts you... Okay, that means I have some movement that I need to do. Into the corner you go for now, while I drag some scores around. No, this does not mean if you include contraband references in your operator, you will get more points. This is purely because just the context of it all amuses me immensely.
Clearly, the next theme should be based around contraband.
Let's not. I'd rather not get a warning from Twitch. That would not go well. Alright.
It's okay, Twitch doesn't need to know.
Depends on, really. Alright, I'm probably gonna butcher the pronunciation. Oh, also, medkits you. I'm assuming you're ready to go.
I'm just snacking right now.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay. Understandable.
You have a male bard? Holy shit, let's go.
I feel like I'm gonna butcher pronunciation, but raconteur? I don't actually say
It's like you gotta be French. Raconteur.
Wait, but they're from Casimir's. They're
Polish? Bird.
It's just a D&D character, a bard from D&D.
No, you're not allowed to go around rizzing things up. Raconteur? Alright, cool.
It's bird in Polish. Oh, that's sick.
Oh, is it actually bird in Polish?
Guys, reminder, Poland is real.
My name is Bird.
No, it isn't. Wait.
True, my name is Boop.
Unless there's different ways to say bird in Polish, because I'm getting...
Ptak.
Talk. I'll say, come on. Quick, what else that? Like, that's not bird in Polish. No, it's New Zealand as a country, but it doesn't exist, guys. Come on. Anywho, stat comparisons are probably going to be Scotty Alter and Civilite Eterna.
Yeah. A big thing to note is actually let's first see.
Anything?
That's a lot of attack, isn't it?
445 attack. Let me double check. No, 400. Scotty Alter has 445 attack.
Okay, I was going mentally. I don't remember having that much. It's been a while. Okay.
That's with everything
Thank
included, so it's basically on par, nothing too crazy then.
Okay.
All right.
I feel like I always go off of, like, gut feeling when I see the numbers.
Just like.
Wait, hold up. What's her cost?
8.
Is that before?
I'm assuming
Are they supposed to like write before or after? I don't know anymore.
Usually we take
That's
it to be
before
with everything included, but we're a little loose with it right now.
I
Like
see.
okay. We'll crack down on it if we need to, but right now we've been a little more loose with it.
I see.
We do,
Okay.
but we will, if it's not specified, we will take it as if the op was like level 90 E2 M9 pot 6.
Noted. Okay.
That's how we'll interpret it. What do we got?
Some note to brilliant just flies away from us.
Slow speed. Reach the last operator placed down.
Oh.
Oh, so it's like, so it's an extra attack to the last op placed down, but only at 20-second intervals.
And it just... Okay, I get it. So you don't actually get to choose where it goes. Oh, technically you don't get to like choose, but like it does an effect you choose by deploying somebody.
Yeah, it's choose, quote unquote.
I can see a nice thing where, like, you know how, for example, for Scotty Alter, if she's buffing a Seaborn, or not Seaborn, Abyssal Hunter, she has like the red glow.
Yeah.
This would be cool to see, like some visual effect to see that the bird's gonna come out, so
It's
that you
gonna,
don't have to
slap
like
you,
count in
yeah.
your head 1, 2, 3. Yeah, like you don't have to do that. That's a good talent too, by the way.
Altitude.
It is.
That is
That's a good.
that is like that is what I would. I mean, okay, low key, it's like I mean, it's basically Talop's talent, but like slightly different.
Yeah.
Like genuinely, it's just Talop's talent, but like mildly different. But at the same time, it's a bard, so I'm like, you know what? This kind of fits.
It fits. I like it. It's not too strong. It's not too crazy. It's just nice. Amber's has a good question, by the way. If I put in an RA map, how long does it take to reach across them?
I'm assuming just takes longer
A
because
long
it's a
time.
longer time.
The real question I have though is, so it doesn't do anything until it hits the person. That's what it feels like,
Yup.
right?
And
Okay.
it's actually my other question is, does it turn mid-flight if you put down a new operator, or is it like no, it's the last op placed down before this thing flies out?
I would assume it does not change direction, because that would be very dumb if you're like frantically placing down like 3 fast redeploys during a hectic map, and the fly and the mode of brilliance is just like doing circles around the map.
You put it in a roundabout, and it's just like, ah, crap. Also, I'd like to add 80-second redeployment time. Like, why? Standard redeployment time is 70.
Welfare.
But it's not. But you're not getting welfare things to make it unwelfare. You're just kneecapped for it.
I don't
Clearly
that
this is a
big of a deal,
debuff because it's male.
Oh,
Clearly.
my bad.
male privilege
Clearly.
finally striking back.
Sorry,
I
Gobo.
know, right?
Sorry, Gobo. Alright, let's look at skills here. I'm okay with this.
I may or
I'm okay with this.
I may or may not dig for not doing proper research.
I will say you could absolutely have said tile speed because we do have measurements like that. Like 6 seconds across a regular size, like this is me being a little nitpicky, but like 6 seconds across a regular size. What the hell is the definition of a regular size map? That's can be very different things. Anywho,
Yeah.
Yeah.
anywho. So that is.
I'm trying to spend a lot of time on Photoshop right now while we're doing this.
Are you making a Seaborn ripping a ball?
Yes. Just
Okay.
give me a second. Let me read this
Nice.
first.
So we have.
Oh, that's a cost.
That is a very long 40-second activation. So basically, so you get a pretty fat regular map in 3 seconds. But just say like tile or whatever. Like a regular map is a little hard to determine. Mode's buff is half, but now also applies
Wait,
trait.
which trait is this again? Sorry.
Standard
The bard trait.
Bard trait.
Oh, standard bard trait. Okay, just making sure.
So you do. So the moat does less attack. So you get less attack. You get less attack buff, but you have way higher. But now you get heal buff from it.
Or this is a very weak skill one, in my opinion, compared to both Scotty Alter and Civilite
If
Eterna.
I'm
No,
using,
I agree. Yeah.
wouldn't I just use like? I'm here just like, don't I just use silence and I can functionally get?
Yeah, wait, actually.
Yes,
sounds better.
exactly.
Don't I
You would just use silence
drone
too.
for functionally the same thing. Like maybe you don't get the moat going across the map on activation,
Wait.
but I'm like, in the time it take, like you get one moat. Like I would just drop another. Like I think I'd get the silence drone back. And still put more
Question.
heals. I feel like.
Question: Can you go back real quick for me,
Yeah.
real quick?
The
So
talent?
the moat doesn't actually act as an extension of the range. So in other
No.
words, the moat is only ever just doing inspiration, like a little bit of healing. So it's pretty much gonna be.
It's not. No, it's just giving attack. It's no healing.
Oh, sorry, other way around. Sorry, my
Yes.
bad. It's giving attacks, right? But the point is, it's not ever an extension. So in other words, the talent 2 is never hitting. So now when you summon another moat, when it doesn't stack, right? Can you go back to the skills? Sorry.
Yep.
So, but the moat's buff is halved. So you're doing less, but it's getting there faster. That's it, pretty much, right?
It's getting there
And
faster,
a little bit of healing.
You get the 40% trait healing, or 40% of trait healing.
Okay.
Your standard.
But at the
trait
same time, it's just like I would just use silence.
Exactly right. That's what I'm trying to get at. It just feels very weak.
So healing rate is 10% of their attack, so it'll be 40% of their attack every second. It's actually not a bad heal number because you have what 445.
No, it's not
It
bad.
was 78 a
but
second, but I'm just like,
It's
I
yeah.
like, hold on, does silence heal more at this point?
I think silence is like at.
What is silence? It's like, how much does silence shield heal for? I now have to look this up.
I know my number's wrong because my silence is not maxed out. So I can't
It
say
should
anything.
be, assuming it's based off the attack stat.
It's just based. It's just silence's attack, right? Every second.
No,
Isn't it?
no, it's not. It's not Silence's attack. Let me
What's the
double
scale
check.
on?
I can. Let me just go into a stage and double check. Why not?
Where's the bird? Where's the bird when I need her? Like,
Practice, silence, but skill
you
2, go in.
You have bigger range on this heal, but for a 60 SP cost, I'm like, I get silence drone back in 18 seconds. Like, it doesn't last. Obviously, it doesn't last as long, but 31 second duration. You don't miss a vote right as the note's ending. Yeah, I'm just like, I'm not. I feel like the SP cost is high for S1. Granted, it's also 40-second duration, so it's like I can see the balancing point there, but. Anywho, we'll take a look at skill 2 while we're here.
What's permanent?
Okay.
Wait, 5x5 minus the. Oh, okay.
No, that's just standard Bard expansion range.
No, yeah, I'm just making sure I was on the right track. Sorry. Whoa!
Yeah, whoa is right.
Excuse me?
Whoa.
No. I'm not even gonna try. No, that's absurd.
Whoa.
You can't even try to defend it. What the fuck?
Because they hit it, they get feared for 1.25. They can
But-
get it 5 times.
Yeah, but no, but and then you can argue, oh, then you have to wait 5 seconds for reapply. Yeah, you could block him. It's not hard.
Yeah.
What the hell?
The 5x5 range is a bit much. It was just regular Bard range, I would probably be okay with it.
It's not. It feels like you just want to stall.
At most, you're gonna get, how long is that? It's 5. You're gonna get
A
6.
permanent skill?
6.2. It's not, you don't get infinite stalls. It's 6. Sorry, let me do my math here. It's like 6.25, I think, if I'm doing my math right. It's 6.25 seconds of fear at most, but you can only reapply it every 5 seconds.
Okay, so go 18.
I'm like, the fear made me go whoa for a second first, but you're just making them turn around and leave the range, because the second they touch it, they turn around.
Okay, Nymph fears for 5 seconds. So
This is way less than that. That is not a lot of, yeah.
it
not a-
sounded really bad at
It
first, and I
sounded
had to
worse.
reread it.
It
I had to
sounded worse
reread it.
until you look further. You're like, oh wait, no, you only get 5 times of it. You only get a hit 5 times.
Yeah, no, yeah.
If it
I had to
was-
reread this.
If the 5 limit wasn't there, I'd probably start going, okay, wait a minute. But
Yeah. Because
This
if
is
you don't have
like-
the limit, they would just forever. You just stall them a little bit, and they have pretty much can never
you
do
know what
anything
this
correctly.
really is? This is like Shu S3 teleports, kind of,
I guess.
but wonkier.
The way I see it is, a Nymph skill 2 is insane. Let's get that out of the board. Like it's an
We're not
insane
gonna
skill.
use. We're not gonna. I mean, this compared to Niv skill 2 is like, Niv skill 2 is you just
No, it's insane.
perma stall one enemy.
I'm just bringing it up because I feel like Nymph skill 2 is like on the upper echelon of like what is a strong, very strong fear.
Mhm.
And now that I'm rereading this for the 3rd time to fully understand what's going on,
It's gonna take a couple reads to be like, you have the initial whoa, and then the, oh wait, never mind.
yeah, there's a limit. I think honestly, actually, this is fine, but you need to give it something. Actually, I think
It's
you need a
still
little
fine.
more.
It's went from low to wow.
Yeah, I think you can actually be. You're okay with actually lowering the skill 2 duration, cost. Sorry.
Went from
I'd be
low
okay with
to like whoa. You might actually need to buff the skill.
Yeah.
Yeah, like straight up
I-
whoa, but you probably need to buff the skill.
Waiting 70 seconds for the skill to activate sounds kind of crazy. Like, I'm like, wait, you're
You're
just
not
gonna do nothing.
You're also not even healing that much. It's 20%
No, you're
now.
not.
You're not healing that
At
much.
least, yeah, at least when the Scotty skill 2 activates, you're like, okay, cool. We are like ready to kind of ruin the map.
Not to mention, I think you also get an attack buff from Scotty. if I
Yeah,
remember
exactly.
right.
Scotty, attack and defense. Yeah.
You get attack and defense in addition to, in addition to the
great.
heal buff. So you get a lot more in terms of raw
Yeah.
buff. This one is just you stall them a bit, and they have less. They have 20% movement speed, which is pretty negligible outside
the
of
fear
like
came out of
specific
nowhere.
situations. It's like, why does where did the fear? Honestly, the fear is kind of like it comes out of nowhere for me,
Yeah.
low key. But I'll see if like it pops up later. Anyhow, let's look at 3. Inspiration equals to 100. Okay.
Okay.
I mean, I'm okay with the raw number of it because
No
like
changes behavior. No timers.
reset to release upon a skill. Okay, that's fine. And the release time. Okay, so you can get what is that? 3 notes.
Oh,
Yeah.
a regular map in 3 seconds again. Let's go.
No, bro, we really got it. We really got it. But we have tile movement speeds, I believe. You're gonna have to dig a little deeper to find those, but those do exist. Speed increases 2 are released at 1. Now they target the following: the offer the highest attack, the highest defense. And okay, so basically it just gives them
Oh.
in a bar. So with a little bit of with proper spacing, hypothetically you can cover all of your operators with that.
I really like this.
I think this is actually really cool.
Yeah, this one's cool. You're actually using the modes.
There we go. Oh, this is pretty neat.
Yeah.
Talent effect
I actually-
by 100. Hold on, I have to stop.
Go on, sorry.
Out to it again. Oh, 1 SP every 5 seconds. That increases by 100% and applies to AoEs.
So 2 SP.
2 SP every 5 seconds. I mean, that's still fine.
That's fine. I will say, actually, I feel like for skill 2, now I look back at it, you should just have the moat inflict fear on somebody.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, like.
But you're not using the moat
I'm
there.
looking at this, I'm like, I look at skill 1, I'm like, okay, skill 1 uses a moat. Like, I don't know, maybe it's a little wonky to me for like the usage of it. Skill 3, I'm like, okay, they're both using moat. You're having moats, do different things. And then I get skill 2, I'm like, what the hell is like? I'm like, wait a minute. Like, wait, this is skill, what the hell is a skill 2?
This is Liberia, right?
Liberia, yeah. Casimir.
They're not. So they're just staring at them angry with like a beak or something. Like, hey, fuck
Scarecrow?
off.
Like, they just scarecrow? I'm like, wait a minute.
Are they scarecrow? Yeah, that makes sense. Scarecrow.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. Skill 2 to me, the more I look at skill 2, the more I'm just like, skill 2 to me does not fit this operator anymore. Skill 2 feels
No, it
so out of
doesn't.
place now.
Yeah, definitely. I think skill 3 was what made me convinced this was actually like a decent idea for like an operator and like the modes and everything. It's just
Yeah, I like talent 1. I like talent 2. Skill 1 is I might quibble with
weak.
with the SP cost. Bit. I'll quibble with the SP cost. Like otherwise, I mean, it's a skill 1. Like I'm not gonna quibble too much about it. And then I really actually I like skill 3. So 31 hold on, 31. So you have slightly less buff. Low key though, it's a good bit stronger than Scotty.
Quick break. Can you look at the general channel for me, Wookie? Or do you approve of that?
Yeah, I approve.
Very cool. I agree.
All right, everyone who's in the Discord should go take a look at that. Just FYI, that's a mild tangent. But
I
the
will
skill 3
say
does
I do.
creep Sculptor.
I don't say creep. I think
It's definitely a little bit more powerful, but at the same time, it requires more planning.
yeah,
because
I agree
it's
with that.
not-
It's more cost. It's longer duration by 11 seconds. you have
think-
slightly less of a buff percentage-wise. Like functionally, I don't know. It's like Scotty but different. Never mind. I take it back. It's more like Scotty
honestly,
different.
Yeah.
Never mind,
It's fine, honestly.
Yeah.
I like it. I like it.
The only thing I would just say, Scotty does ink herself if she doesn't.
Yeah,
heal.
but that's true damage, so it's fair.
Yeah, she does attack as true damage to enemies with her.
It's a lot of damage and stacks actually. It's kind of insane.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're good to move on. We've all said our piece. Yeah. Oh, that's a hard word to read.
It's probably Polish. Hold on, give me a second. I accidentally have an extra slide. There we go.
Chat. Are the Polish real?
It's the New Zealanders. Let me know when you guys are ready for the next page.
I am ready.
Okay, go on.
Alright. Go on to the next one.
Now I'm commanding, taking charge like a captain. My era has begun. Oh, I'm no longer miss a piece of that action. I'm living
Sorry, I'm a little bit
Dead Inside, let's go.
What'd you say?
Dead Inside. Look, they're dead
Yeah, I
inside.
saw that.
That's great.
Hmm.
I see. Okay.
Alright. Ready to go
I'm good.
first?
I'm good.
Alright. Alright, I suppose now it's my turn. Okay, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know any Polish songs. I'm looking at that idol too, I'm like, you're just gonna get the second half of that line. You are not getting the full... You're not getting the full, I don't know.
Bad streamer.
How do I know Polish songs? Alright, anywho. Morning, Doctor, you're up early. Like a cup of coffee? It's black. The only way to get me up early enough for morning training. Sorry, did you say something, Doctor? Let a new legend be made today. When I came here, I believed working for Rhodes Island would allow me to see the world, and maybe it would inspire me. I don't understand now. It's the actions one takes in the here and now that make the difference. And who knows? Maybe it becomes stories that are told by future generations. Let's make a world that they'll remember us for. Did I watch any of Miss Nyan's movies? Let's talk about something else.
Could you go back to the second lore page for a second?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Let's bring Miss Santa.
You should have just like hummed the Wii song.
What song?
The Wii, like
Oh,
the Wii song.
just me Plaza.
Yeah. You know, peak has
Please
your
don't
culture
ban
right
me,
there. You know.
Nintendo.
You know what the lore reminds me of?
Mhm.
Release Seraphine.
Huh?
Oh, from League?
Yeah, from League.
Is this another League reference?
I'm gonna give enough leeway of like, okay, not everything's gonna be a
Oh
League
yeah,
reference.
not everything
no,
is a
no, we
League
gotta-
reference,
we
but
gotta
it
beat this dead
reminds
horse.
me of Seraphine's release lore.
To be fair, at least Raconteur doesn't use Skarner's dead people as whatchamacallit.
That is true.
As a hoverboard, let's go!
Doesn't use Skarner's
And
dead
they
people
removed
as,
the Skarner's lore!
as a
They
novelty.
completely replaced it, and I'm so mad!
use Skarner as a novelty. Alright, anywho, Boop, start us off.
Hold on. I need to stop thinking about Skarner and, Dominion. Hold on. Lore is fine. 1.5.
Alright.
For cohesion integration, I like it. I like the skills and talents a lot. I'll give it a 2.5.
Mhm.
For balance, I think the balance is fine. If not, like, I feel like skill 1 is slightly underpowered, and skill 2 is whatever, so I'll give balance a 2. And the kit is just The kit doesn't do anything out of the ordinary, so I'll give it 1.5.
Alright. It's a 7.5 from Booth. Net kits, go.
Where is it? For some reason, I lost it. There it is. Lore. It's a little long, which I'm not a fan of. Sorry. But I actually love Casimir's as a whole, and the fact that you talk shit about the Casimir's majors is amazing, so points. So I'll give you a 2. But on a really random note, I actually don't know. I remember I know the cast knights, the campaign knights fought the Ursus at one point, but I've never heard about them fighting Sarkaz. That's new to me. Maybe I didn't read it properly, but that's interesting. Kit.
There's enough leeway to say that the campaign knights did a good bit of fighting, period.
No, yeah, I know. I was just trying to remember if they ever like had a record of them actually fighting the. Yeah. But anyways, Kit. So I like bards. As a whole, I think they're all kind of fun. You know, I use all of them except for Heidi. Sorry, Heidi fans. All 2 of you. I like the mode thing. I think it's interesting because you still have the summon aspect, but it's kind of more like lean towards like the whole use your positioning, right? Not the summon itself, right? It's kind of like a weird summon. I actually liked it a lot, and I like the idea of. I would have liked it more if you used it a bit more, like you did in Skill 3. Skills 1 and 2 was kind of boring, if I'm being honest. Or 1 was lackluster, 2 was out of place. I really liked 3, actually. So I think 3 is carrying all the work for you. So in terms of so how it feels, fresh and interesting, I'm only going to give you a 1.8 because you at least met the deadline. A little bit extra for 3 being cool, but everything else feels lackluster because you didn't use it nearly enough, unfortunately, in my opinion. Leading into that, the balance. Yeah, actually, we had the shock factor from skill 2, but then when we did the math, I was like, wait, that's actually kind of not that good. 1 was really lackluster. 3 was fine. Again, I really liked skill 3. I think it's probably the best thing you've done here. I would have liked to see more talent incorporation as well, but you know, it is what it is. Right? It's too late for that. I'll give it a 2 though, because I just think the talents themselves are fine. The skill 3 is fine. It's just once again the 1 and 2. So it's 2 for that. And then would it fit the game? Yeah, actually, I think it'll fit the game just fine if you take out the weird fear that comes out of nowhere. You don't really think of a library.
It's the game, but it's just like what the heck.
Well, okay, but I don't. When I picture this library, I don't really go a bar library scaring the shit out of everyone around it on a regular basis. That doesn't really feel fit to me, unless you try to paint this character as like this like ominous crow maybe designed character.
Too good for a scarecrow.
Yeah, exactly. I can kind of see that maybe playing, you know, but I just don't see that, and unfortunately, like that doesn't really fit into the AK universe for me because it's like you've got this Casimir library, kind of trying to like use your voice for something. Okay, that's cool, but then fear and throwing birds, and I'm like, okay, a little weird, kind of. Doesn't really mesh with me personally. Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe I didn't read it correctly. I'm not quite sure. So the lore doesn't really make sense for me. The doesn't really fit in terms of the kit. But if you stuck it into the game right now, I could see it working. With maybe just a few alterations. So I will at least give this a 1.8 again because I think it's fine overall. And again, I'm telling you right now, your talents and skill 3 are carrying all my impressions of this right now. So that's all I'm going to say.
Alright.
The talents are so good. The talents are so good!
Yeah, I love
love
talents.
it.
I think it's great because you have a very impactful talent 1 and a very simple but also impactful talent 2. It's perfect. That's what you should expect from this kind of character.
Alright. The lore is solid, I would say. I believe the lore is solid. A little bit in the ended up in Casimir somehow, but it's like, okay, alright, I'm not gonna quibble too hard on that, but otherwise, it's solid, give it 1.7. As for the kit itself, the kit is I think the talents. Talent 1 is like, okay, that's pretty nifty. Skill wise though, it's like, one is the heal. It doesn't really set. It doesn't go outside the box, right? Like, you dip the toe outside the box, and you're like that cat that stepped outside of the winter. I was like, nah, right? That's what the kit feels like to me. Like, it works. There's some interesting aspects of it, but it was definitely on the safer side. So I'll give the kit like a 1.8, 1.7 again, because it's on the safer side to me. The balance. I like what you do with the talents. I think the talents here are a good example of what my personal expectations are for talents, where like I want talent. I prefer seeing talents that it's a nice thing. There's like a signature thing that they kind of do, right? And then there's like, but it's not crazy excessive. Like it's a nice like extra pad as opposed to extra skills. And this fits as like the, oh yeah, that's like a nice little extra thing. Nothing too crazy, but enough to be like, oh yeah, that operator, right? So I think you did a really good job with the talents. I think you did a really good job with skill 3. Skill 2 is like, oh, and then skill 1, personal opinion, I think the SP cost is a little high. For what it does. But overall, I would give balance I'll give balance a 2, why not? As for cohesion integration, for the most part, it works together and it fits into AK as a game. The only one that doesn't really work to me is ST. I'm like, one thought, like now that I see, now that I've looked through the entire thing, right? I see talent 1, I see talent 2. I'm like, oh yeah, that works together pretty well. And then I see skill 1 and skill 3. I'm like, okay, I can, you got both things. Like, okay, that's pretty cool. And then I see skill 2, and I'm like, wait, what? Like, skill 2 feels so out of place compared to skill 1 and 3 and talent 1 and 2 at this point. Like, it just feels so out of place. Like, the fear just pops in out of nowhere. And I'm just like, like, I would have done S2. I think you could have done S2 in a completely different way. That would have fit this a lot better. So I will give skill 2 I will give the cohesion and balance a 1 point. Give it a 1.9. Which means I am now somehow the harshest one here. Not by much.
I want to say though, like, I do want to mention real quick. I don't know if I said it earlier, but like, man, if you had just made skill 2 the bird inflicts fear, this would have changed so much.
This would have changed the S2. Like, that S2 dragged you down. Like, it just kind of is out of nowhere to me.
Yeah, like S1 being weak, yeah, whatever, not a big deal. S2 randomly inflicting AoE fear to everybody is just kind of like, okay.
I can see like the design decision behind S2, because if you look at all of the bards, except for I think Heidi, every one of them has a skill that affects enemies, right? And so this skill 2 affects enemies, but I don't think you knew exactly what to do for it. So you're like, oh, I'm just gonna throw in fear and leave it at that.
Except Heidi, because no one uses Heidi,
You use Heidi quite a bit, whatchamacallit. D15,
nope,
Heidi
never.
S1. Yeah, well, obviously you don't play D15, but I'm just saying, D15's scale. Hold on, wait. Sure,
just don't use Heidi. That's just my argument, What she do?
Heidi's skill 1 cycled with Tegan really well for D15. From what I remember.
I will always use Sora over.
It works like that. Boop, don't die.
I'm a Sora.
Sorry, I choked on a biscuit.
Understood.
See what happens when you talk about Heidi? You choke
biscuit.
on biscuits.
I don't think that's how that works.
That's exactly how that works. Let's move on.
I don't know. I'm not convinced that's how that works. Alright.
Exactly how it works. Let's move on.
It is time
I don't
for
like-
Scammies.
Speaking of Heidi, I don't like her outfit because it looks like a Coral Coast outfit.
Huh?
Okay.
Alright.
Hystericist, like Hysterica? Hysterica? Okay.
Huh? Alright, anywho.
Okay, Defender, Protector, Cabernet. Alright.
Quickly,
You
there's a
can't. Oh, there it is. I'm
There's
just
the goat.
behind.
Ripley, there's a goat. I have to pause. I have to look up what the exact thing in hysteresis means. Hysteresis apparently is the dependence of a state of a system on its history. Is the actual meaning of hysteresis. Oh,
Say it one more time for
Jesus,
me.
I just realized this did not space out correctly.
Stairs.
There, now it's spaced out properly. Anywho, 6-star protector, so this would be like Nyan Hoshi for comparisons. Nyan Hoshi comparisons.
Okay.
My Arknight's actually not open, so I'm like, oh crap, I can't compare my Nyan.
That's including trust and potential. Okay, yeah.
Initial impression is I think it's
checks out.
fine. I think a little bit higher defense, but
A little bit, but HP is a tad lower as well, so
attack
that
is
checks out.
a decent bit lower. Nyan has 619 attack for reference. So you're losing it. Solid. You're more like Hoshi levels of attack.
Just bulk.
Yeah, more bulk.
Okay, we're good. It's fine, honestly.
Oh, so only like 4. Okay. Okay, so it's not like the 6-star double or 2-tile range. Or
It's just the 1-tile, right?
Yeah, it's just yourself. Okay.
Wait, it's a self-tile?
I mean, protectors have had both. It's just
Okay.
6-stars tend to not, but there's
Okay,
reasoning there.
I always forget which ones I have that notes way, but
Yeah.
self-tile, okay, cool.
Talents. What do we got? Oh, so when you hunt an enemy, they take 8 instances of 50% attack as arts damage. Just when they are when an enemy gets shifted. Question, Skami. Or it says when shifting an enemy, is it just when anyone shifts it, or is it specifically hysteresis? Fights continuously while the enemy shifts, creating an attack, attracts projectiles near the enemy. So basically we're all nearby. Oh, enemy projectiles. Oh, that's pretty interesting then. So like the more things that are, I guess, mid-air or around, that feels really hard to try to make that work. If that's...
No. Logo skill 3.
Oh, true.
Logo skill 3. Slow it down and then maybe
Okay,
try
but
to do
without
something
Logos
with it.
S3, it's like...
Well, yeah. That's...
I'm going
Oh,
to
wait.
assume the skills do something.
Well, yeah, the skills obviously have to
Yeah,
shift.
obviously the
Otherwise-
skills are shit. Okay, it's when this operator shifts an enemy, so it's not when
I just
anyone, just only when this operator. Okay.
I just gotta say though, that talent too with Blemmy is gonna be insane.
It's opposite.
Let's go.
Blebby has a UBFF.
It's reverse blemish.
It's reverse blemish.
Well, it took me a second to figure out the talent one. Basically, it's as they're being yoked, any enemy projectiles that are in that area all go towards that enemy. It took me a second to realize how it worked. I thought it was just like everything the second at the instance, but it's like, oh no, it's as long as they're in the process of being punted. It took me a
I
second.
read this and I'm like, there's a universe where you can take like Patriot's spear as it's being yeeted.
Oh
Just turn
no.
it into a shard. There's a
correct.
frame. There's gotta be a frame where that can happen, right? Like,
If
sure.
any of you play Marvel, you slap the Magneto ult on the enemy when you shove them.
Can you do it with the cannon, the chapter 10 cannon?
I don't think that one
Technically,
counts.
there's an you can see the shell coming in. I don't know if it counts as a projectile though.
That would be kind of interesting, though. I'm not gonna lie.
It's like there is a world out there. Anywho, modules.
Cool.
So what do we got? So,
Oh.
Gami, did you or did you not make Magneto? The fireballs would work. You would have to punt an enemy, so enemies would have to be in range of the fireball in order to make it work, I believe. Because I think, if I remember right, Logos does cancel. Basically, anything that Logos would delete or slow down is a projectile. But I don't think Logos slows down the Londinium cannon. 90% sure.
So fireballs would... Okay, the fireballs would work if you had an enemy to actually punt.
Yeah.
So it depends on the map, because not all of them will have an enemy you can punt.
If basically you have an enemy that's puntable. So
That's
Allies get a little bit more defense. Okay, I think that's fine. It's just you give a nice extra little buff.
I kind of wish Blummy had that because right now hers is just give Casimir's movement speed.
No, you'll enjoy this one instead. This is so let's see. Generate sure that affects each nearby allied projectile. Oh, okay. So you have. Okay, so you get both now, enemy and ally projectiles, and then they deal more attack. All right, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, that's fine. These are pretty tame. Not tame, but appropriate. Better word.
Scotty, did you or did you not make? Did you not have Magneto on the mind when you did this? This is very Magneto coded.
Diamond Magneto player, by the way.
Oh, I know. Are you making us fear Magneto? Because when you play support, you go, yes, I will fear Magneto. What do we got? Offensive recovery. Oh, unlimited duration. Okay. I was like, I saw offensive recovery 50, so I was like, oh, okay. Auto activation, unlimited duration. But with that S2, with the Talent 2, S1 charging time does not take as long. So that's a pretty significant attack buff, but given how long it takes to activate, and also your base attack is hella low, really long attack interval, but a pretty solid punt. So are you you're not punting enemies that you're blocking, or sorry, you're not punting enemies that you're attacking, right? You're just punting everyone in the area that isn't through your block. That's the way I'm interpreting this one.
I'm reading this as
You're turning the enemy you're hitting into mid. Understood. That is how I was interpreting it.
That's how. Okay, I was reading it as Enforcer, like you're just pushing the direction. Because Enforcer is directional. Like he doesn't care where you're going or where you're looking at. He'll just push you in a direction where he's facing. That's how I was reading it as.
I just read this as like your enemies are just getting shoved towards the one getting hit. So,
That's a good push too, actually.
That's a pretty strong. That's a stronger.
Yeah.
That's a decent.
This
strong
is
push.
M3 just because I'm not used to this. This is M3, right?
Yes, all skills are
Okay,
interpreted
good.
to be as maximum upgraded.
Okay, good. I was like, did the universe would just go significant? That's kind of OP.
No, this will not be significant. I think
Yeah.
what is the highest level of push is greatly or something, right? For some reason.
Yeah, greatly. That's Wheaties.
I'm just like, wait a minute.
Yeah, no, I was like, as long as this doesn't go force level 2, it's fine. Yeah.
Alright.
I am magnet.
A bit long of an SP charge time, but given Defender and the Talent 2, I think it's fine. A really slow attack interval, but given what you want to use as operator for, it makes sense. And I suppose you don't want to make it excessively Lamau permastall, so I can see the reasoning. Yeah, okay. Pretty solid actually. Let's look at skill. You ready to look at skill 2? Oh, there's the Greatly.
Wait, what's Texas Mist? Oh, like the diamond? Okay.
Yeah, Texas is the diamond. So when they recover from the push all enemies towards it significantly. So basically you punt an enemy backwards, and then after the push ends, enemies in that diamond get minted towards the target that got punted. And they take, honestly, pretty negligible arts damage given that the attack is 470. You're really not doing a whole lot of damage with the arts.
Yeah.
Like you're not dealing a giant chunk of damage. This is a lot of CC. This is CC, and you're trying to get more damage from the projectile stuff. So it's not a whole lot of damage, a lot of CC on there. It's kind of like Croissant, honestly. Remember how much Croissant punts things and CCs enemies?
I think it's significantly. Let me double check.
Oh, I just meant in terms of the concept behind this defender. It feels like the evolution of things that Croissant does. Or at least Croissant S2 does.
Croissant S2 is greatly, yes.
Yeah, it greatly is the highest force. I'm like, any significant was bigger than greatly, but okay. But that's HG.
Yo
not
Star
my-
translation.
Yo
you know?
Star translation moment. Yeah, I think that's
Solo
fine.
Blade!
Yeah, I think that's just fine. I think that's pretty solid.
This is fine.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. Like, again, it's a cool evolution of Croissant S2 style. I think that's pretty neat. Minus, don't remind me, Kichi. So all offensive recovery, but again, given the talent too, this is not nearly as long as it seems because you're getting.
Yeah, it's actually pretty short.
Yeah, it's actually fairly short. Just,
What's
you
this
know,
about? Minus 25%?
IS5 has a relic that just says allies and enemies are inflicted with minus 25%. It's supposed to have attack at the end of it, but it just says minus 25%. Anywho.
Thanks, Yo Star.
Yeah. Skill 3. So is attack steal, 6% arts damage. But you're basically not really doing any damage. Like you're not doing any meaningful damage with auto attack. Pretty big attack range. Sorry, S3. By talent 1 to all projectiles in range. So basically any projectile that gets fired into that range just seeks out an enemy, question mark, is how I'm gonna interpret it as working. Yeah, it just seeks out an enemy to hit them. And pushes by talent with object and push targets towards you, so enemies get punted towards you. Okay, that's a Magneto ult straight up. Gami, I play Marvel, I play Magneto. This is Magneto ult, right? Like just 100% Magneto ult. With like extra tidbits. Hold on, this is Magneto ult.
Call up the lawyers.
This is straight up just Magneto ult. Hold up. Hold up. Hello, NetEase. This is Magneto ult, but like low-key a little bit better with since you're redirecting projectiles to do damage.
Wait, so it says 2.4 to normal damage, so if the enemy projectile does 500, it will do 2.4 times 500, is that correct?
I believe, question mark? Or it's either the enemy damage or it's
gotta be the enemy
2.4
damage, right?
times the 50% attack cards.
The shards are saying?
Normal damage
Oh,
shards.
okay,
Yeah, I was
the
like, I don't think
shards,
it's the
alright.
projectile itself.
I was gonna say, like, bro, if I could throw those, like, enraged, like, throwers, bro, you would just murder them with your own.
Oh shit.
Imagine. Oh, that'd be so fun.
It'd be sick, actually.
Basically, it's
This-
basically Logos. It's kind of like the way I see this is it's Logos S3, but really focused on the projectile absorption aspect of it. Something Magneto ult. No, I'm not totally side-eyeing you for this, Scobby. I'm totally not side-eyeing you. Hold on, I have an extra question for you, Scobby. Does it happen to target enemy units that heal allies? Just on an off chance. Especially ones that, say that it's them against the world, or commit invisibility. Just a hunch. Is that what you happen to, it just accidentally targets them? Just a hunch.
This really feels like you wanted to make a push defender.
You've taken Magneto and Croissant S2 and went now Kith.
Yeah,
Which I
but,
mean,
like,
it works. Don't get me wrong, it works actually.
it works, but I'm just trying to think of it comparing this to the other, like, protectors, you know?
It's
And the 6-star
very
class.
different from Hoshi and Yen.
Yeah, it's very different.
Which is fine. That's good.
I thought this was gonna be a push specialist if you just gave me the skills, if I'm being real with you. This does not sound like a defender. Because
I mean, to be fair, if you look at Horn, that doesn't sound like a defender either.
well, that's her own archetype.
Well,
though.
Horn is a whole different archetype. This is
That's what I'm trying.
protector
That's my point I'm trying to make though. Like,
Less
this doesn't
the-
sound like a protector.
defender. Then again, Croissant is also a protecting defender, and she
Yeah,
has
that's
a
why I'm
bond.
like trying to figure out like how do I approach this, because like Croissant has that one off, right?
To be fair, 5 stars are just weird though.
That's they
Yeah.
have that like one like Jade
But-
skill, right?
But
Like Heavy Rain's got camo, Bison's got the re-aggro.
I mean,
having
Coral's wait,
will say it
no,
gives you
Bubble
one,
has
though.
it too.
mean, it's
What'd
kind of
you
like boards where you have like, you know, big damage, and then you have like the more CC focused ones. Like Chilbai is the evolution of the Frostleaf Lord archetype, granted, you know, just done every single way better. 07 Frostleaf, but you know.
No, that's fair. I'm just right now. I'm still debating because I just feel like I would have loved this a lot more if there was a push struck.
I would say this leans I think this leaned a bit too far into the push and not enough into the defender. At the same time, I can understand the defender aspect of it because you're still doing defender things by like absorbing like you're still mitigating damage. You're doing you're actually low-key doing a pretty solid job of mitigating range damage on that S3. Like a really good job of it, because that's a lot of range damage you could absorb. Because it just eats it.
Yeah.
Like it negates it effectively.
I agree that like the project nullification is the coolest thing as a kid. I was just thinking like, you know, if you think about it though, if you just gave skill 1 just like the regular like push stroker ability, you know, just like every few seconds push, it would fit with the talent 1 because it's just every once in a while cards.
Yeah.
Cards.
I
But
think...
then I don't know, just like, but then I'm like, I see where you're going from. Is like, but then they're too squishy probably to deal with anything too insane, and then they become kind of irrelevant. So I'm also like, I see or at least this is what I'm imagining, just like that crisis of like, shit, I want to make them into a push stroker, but then they won't last long enough with the kit I have in mind. They need to be a tank of some sort, Magneto. So I see
honestly, if I may, you could just remove the pushing entirely and focus specifically on like the projectile aspect.
Oh, 100%.
I would agree with that. Like, the push feels a little out of... The push kind of feels like you're like, alright, how do I fit Magneto's mag cannon into this and make it work?
What is that?
TLDR is a CC ability. It shoves an enemy backwards and can, kind of like a bind plus a shove once it's charged up enough is the TLDR.
You know what could have been better then? Because if you're trying to make it like that tank, you know, thing, just make it something like the whole... After you eat a certain amount of like ranged attacks, you know,
that would,
use that as like a metric maybe. But I'm not. I'm just shooting. I'm just shooting
I'm
into the air.
kind of against, like, me personally from Bounce Boss. I'm like, can we stop yoinking things from other games and shoving it into Arknights and going, let's make a kid out of that? But
Okay. I on that topic, I don't mind inspiration. Direct 1-to-1 is a bit much. Like if this was.
Are you sure?
Wait, so like just so I'm clear, like because I don't play Marvel Rivals and I just know the
I
characters
do.
exist.
That's why I'm. That's
So
why I.
This is basically Magneto, is what you're telling me.
Not 1-to-1. There's a few differences. Like, it's
But like,
not
be real. It's basically.
you can definitely see the inspiration for Magneto, especially from both the Talent 1 and the S3. S1, S2 less so.
I see. Okay.
It's mostly based around Magneto ult, more so than anything else. Like, the rest of it doesn't really fit as much. It's really just the S3. It's really just his ult that fits.
Okay. I just don't play the game. That's all.
It's really just the S3. So now the only way I can see skill 3 is Hysteresis going, fear Hysteresis, and I go, wait a minute. Like, I'm sorry, that's just what I see the S3 as now. It's just Hysteresis yelling Magneto's ult line. And I'm just like, I
think I have a better idea what's going on now.
Yeah, you have a better idea. It's not as like 1-to-1, but it's like it's getting pretty close for some of the things. As someone who plays the game and has also played Magneto, that's why I immediately was like, this is Magneto.
Some insane side eye coming out of you right now.
Oh yeah, no, there's some hella side eye coming out from me right now. Cause I'm like, Scotty, you can do better than this. I've seen you do much better than this.
I think it's time for us to move on then at that point.
Alright. I believe this is the story starts from the post Vivi event or post Virtuosa event, whichever one you prefer more.
That means nothing to me. I'm Red Knighter.
I realized that.
I have no time. I'm too busy.
I very quickly realized, which is why the third judge is also, usually a wild card. Hence, this time's wild card is lore somehow now has less work. You're gonna gotta add patch notes. Medkits as judge. Lore now had 10% less importance.
I would say 50%, bro. I just look for basic number. I'm just looking when I read the lore. I'm not like reading word for word. I'm kind of doing what I did, you know, like when I read like historical stuff. Like I'm just kind of skimming, looking for keywords, and I'm just going, do I recognize any of these words right now?
I know some of these words.
Anywho, let me know when you're ready to go to the next page.
I'm good.
All right.
I'm good as well.
Oh, follow the Witch King. Okay, my bad.
We have to take into account the OC contest meta and the meta staying the big lore, right? I will say right now, I am actually reading the lore though. Like I said though, I'm looking for key like details. So that's I'm not ever gonna like dunk you for writing too much unless it's just a word vomit, which I have none, but you'll see. I'm trying to be reasonable.
Alright. Anywho.
Alrighty, I'm ready.
I'm ready as well.
Cool. I don't see an alt line. Okay, good. I didn't see an alt line that says fear hysteresis. Otherwise, a side eye was about to hit new levels.
Whose turn is it?
I believe it's Boop's. I think it's looped back around to Boop.
Medkits, did you voice the last
wait.
one?
Might be Medkits.
Oh, is it my turn?
Might be yours.
I think it's your turn.
Okay. Point is this: performing menial tasks is not within the purview of my contract with Rhodes Islands. I'm told you're knowledgeable of Virginium, but if that isn't the topic of conversation now, then please leave me be. You've proven yourself a solid research partner. I hope our collaborations continue fruitfully for a long time. Distractions are dealt with. Back to work. Peer review is essential to the scientific process. Please remain orderly, everyone. This is literally Earth Spirit. It was not part of the. It was not part of the agreed time. Get out.
Okay, but like, look, all of us office workers can feel the Earth Spirits. Like, if you're not paying me, like, don't
For real
bother.
though, yeah, bro. Give me an overtime. Get the hell out of
Yeah,
here.
you're not. It's like I don't pay you,
Exactly.
don't talk to me. Like for all you
got-
office workers out there, like,
Alright,
nah,
just-
it's like Earth Spirit is hella. Earth Spirit is hella relatable.
Before we move on, can you let me see the skills real?
Yeah,
quick?
you should be able to see it.
Like-
now.
I can't wait for Earth Spirit
Alright, I'm
Altar,
ready.
where she's just this greedy, money grubby person in like when she's relaxed, where she's kind of like she's kind of like Scrooge McDuck, where she's like swimming in gold, you know.
The evolution of Earth Spirit, unchecked capitalism.
Anyways, I'm good by the way.
Alright, cool. Alright, Boop. You start us off.
Lore is good. I'll give it a 1.6. Cohesion and integration is nice. Like they do, like the talents and the skills, they interact, they work well together. And it does fit into Arknights as a game. I'll give it a 2.5. The balance, I think the balance is also really nice, right? It's not too overpowered, it's not too weak. So I'll give it a 2.5. In terms of kit, it is very refreshing. It is a very nice operator, right? But it doesn't feel like a protector defender. That's like the only thing, is that it does not feel like a protector defender. On like a surface level analysis, I suppose, yeah, you could call it a protector defender, because it's all about
Protecting.
stopping. It's all about stopping the projectiles, right? But if you go deeper than that, it just doesn't feel like a protector defender, right? Obviously, this is a more out of the box way to look at a protector defender, and I really like that. But I think it's less of this went out of the box and more of you went a little bit too far, right? Because we have shifting and we have projectiles, right? And I feel as if just removing the shifting and focusing more on stopping projectiles would have been much better in terms of keeping what the core of a protector defender is, right? Because if you look at Croissant skill 2, right? Because this is
because Croissant skill 2 is what comes to mind when it comes to a shifting defender. It's a stun, and it's a very sort of, even though she's a year one, a day one operator, you can very clearly see the intent where you are getting hoarded, right? Because in the very beginning of the game, it was very easy to get overwhelmed by a huge number of enemies just because of the lack of operators in the game. And Croissant S2 was a way to knock them all away and give you a chance to breathe for a couple seconds, right? Now we have more options, right? And I feel as if this operator, it's not that it's redundant per se, but it just, I feel as if that breathing room isn't really there in a sense, right? So I'll give the kit a 2.
It will be a 2. So an 8.5 from Boop. Alright, medkits. What you got for us?
I know I already gave the whole lore spiel, but I actually did notice there was a paragraph I really liked that said this Steris Arena was not really in tune with the other individuals in Ladinian College. In the second close on my page, it mentions how realizing that this wasn't her thing, she went to Rhine Labs. And I was like, you know what? That's excellent. It kind of shows what kind of character this is, right? Very clearly what's going on. For that, and the whole like I don't know if magnetism is actually the right word, but the sort of like identity going on. Yeah, the point is, it makes sense. I actually like it. It's a bit more interesting than just the classic, I'm from city, oh no, my parents died or something went wrong, I'm at Rhodes Islands because I'm angry. It was a bit different. This one's very different. It's more of, I had an interest, it just didn't match my hometown, and I found somewhere that better fits me. And I like that a lot more. I'll give it a 2.4. I actually like it a lot. Yeah, 2.4. It's just really long though. I didn't like the first part. It felt like it's too long.
You have to have exposition. God damn it.
It's too long. Too much exposition. I didn't need all the exposition. It could have been a few sentences. So sorry. I love concise stuff, you know. But anyways, I think overall that was a pretty good piece of lore. However, this is where my praise kind of stops. Boop already kind of went over it, but put simply, you took a push stroker, sent him to the gym, and put him in a suit of armor. That's basically what happened here. And you're hoping by saying it's fair because maybe like longer skill cost, or not longer, sorry, higher skill cost, or like not crazy amounts of damage because of defender stats. But then I'm just kind of like, why am I just not using a push stroker, right? Like, if I just really need to get him off me, I'm gonna get him off me. And if I need to just tank something, I'm gonna tank something, right? People who actually like have consistent, because if you look at it actually, skills 2 and 3 don't actually increase your defense at any point. This is the opposite of a protector in some cases. You could argue, like we've said, okay, you're getting room, right? Okay, yeah, that's fair. But then it's all offensive recovery, but it's also defensive because of your talent. And I'm just like, this is all over the place. I'm like, wait, so what are you? You're kind of... Because when you think protector, you don't think push. I get it, croissant, yeah, special case. But all the other ones, it's usually one thing or the other, not all in on this one, like, special thing, right? It is refreshing though, I will say. I like the whole idea of like shards and like kind of pulling from the air. I feel like if you had just leaned in on that and just got rid of the pushing, I'd be a lot more into it. But because it's all built on this pushing thing, I'm just kind of like, you know, it's just feels kind of weird, right? Like, it feels like Weedy's like long lost cousin who went to Ladenia for some reason and Ryan's Labs, you know? It's weird. So, but if I separate all the little things I just said, I feel like at least the kit itself is fresh and interesting, which I will say the bare minimum has been met. So I'll give it a 1.5. The balance is fine, actually. If I don't think of it as a defender, and I'm just going, this is just a character who has skills and stats, the balance is actually pretty on spot. Like, numbers look good, everything looks fine, right? As long as I'm just not comparing it to another, like, defender or push tripper, like, in of itself, contained, it's pretty good. So I'll give it a 2.4, because it's good, actually. Or 2.5, it's good.
Basically, how fair is it just as a kit in the game?
Yeah. as a kit, like, it's fair. However, the cohesion, this does not fit into the game at all, in my opinion. It's just so random. Like, I mean, I can see it. Yeah, if you took Magneto from a game that's a completely different game, you try to shove it into this game, you're gonna have some issues. And we see it here with the whole push stroker identity. And the shards sound cool in theory, but how often are you actually gonna be pulling shards from the air when you can only use a skill every like once in a while, versus the push strokers who push every like 7 seconds, right? It's a big contrast in what you're trying to accomplish here, in my opinion. Not a huge fan, I'll be honest. I don't think I would ever see this in the game because it just feels weird. And now we're fighting between Hoshi and Wheaties, like controversial daughter. Probably a 0.5 for cohesion and integration. I just don't like it.
God. So that'll be a 6.8 for medkits. Alright. I'll start with lore. I like the lore. Again, in the interest of time, I'll just keep it like short and sweet. It's like, I like the lore. I like the refreshing aspect, like what Medkit said, and you get a pretty solid idea of the personality with the voice lines. So I do quite like what you did here. So it'll be a 2 for me from the lore. The kit itself, under great side eye from me, because I do know the inherent basis, but I'm not gonna poke too far at it. Like, it's a refreshing kit. Like, just individually as a kit, it's refreshing. I mean, honestly, most of my thinking is going to be on the cohesion aspect. The kit itself is fresh and interesting way of a take on a defender. So I'll be more lean on this, and I'll give it like a 1.8 because it's a different take. Even though I am absolutely side-eyeing you for this being just like, there is a lot of Magneto in this. Like, just the fact that you play Marvel, I'm like, I know you play Marvel, so I'm just like, it's a little hard to avoid. Balance-wise, I think the balance is actually wonderful, which from a Skami operator is not surprising. Like, the balance is wonderful. It fits, like, it's cool, it's different, but fits at the same time. I think the balance is wonderful. I'm giving balance 2.5. The cohesion is where I'm going to dink this the most. It's like everyone said, it's all over. It's a little all over the place. Like, they're a defender, but you don't have any defensive boost on skill. So if you're getting punched in the face by an enemy, like, you're purely reliant on shoving them away, right? But that's about as far as you can get, and it's not on skill that long. Like, I'm looking at S3, it's like, if you get punched, you are not tanking very well. Like, your defense is, what, 850? I see the defense boost on S1, but I'm looking at S2 and 3. I'm not seeing that much of a defense boost. Like, you're really only getting it off of S1. So it's like, I understand the concept, but it just feels like the op is kind of all over the place with what you're trying to do, right? Like, you got a bit of Logos S3 going on. You got a bit of Logos S3 going on. You got some push stroker stuff going on with the push, like pretty strong push values, like very strong push values. But it's also, like, again, it's just a bit all over the place for what you're trying to do with the character. Like, it makes sense, but in the terms of this being a protector defender, it's a bit too far away from the Croissant S2 for my liking, is the way I would put it. Like, I can see the concept, I can see what you're going for, I just don't think it quite fits as well as a defender. I don't really quibble much with I think everything else fits what they're trying to do, I just don't think it fits as well as a defender. And that's where I'm going to dink it. I'll still give a point for cohesion, just 1.0. I don't think it quite fit, given the class, but, you know, I think the cohesion definitely gonna, you kind of put yourself into a box here with what you're trying to go for, is what I feel here. So that comes out to a, what is that? 20.6. Yeah, honestly, with what Amber said, like, this might work better as an arts defender. Because, like, I can kind of, like, maybe a little less push, maybe more focus around projectiles and arts or something like that. But, like, I think, again, that's overall where I'm coming out to right now. Like, I think there was a better way to go about this. Personal opinion. Alright, let's see. Rename some of the names in here to. Okay, so it's 22.6 with Hysteresis. I would really say that Skami still makes some of the most well-balanced kits in the game.
Oh no, 100%.
Like
I think
some of the most well-balanced kits, I would say.
I feel like the only reason I didn't give it a perfect 3 was just because I wasn't sure how it would apply with the whole shards thing, because it's kind of hard to read how frequently the shards would come into play, right? I want to give it a 3, but I'm also like, I actually don't know how often the shards are gonna go crazy.
Yeah, I get the concept. I get where you're trying to go for, Scott. I just think it's in such a weird place right now where it's like I can see the logic of it going on the most defensive defender, but it's like I'm actually less quibbling with the projectile absorption. I think that part's fine. Honestly, it's more just the push with the absorption that starts getting a little wonky when you add both of them. I think individually, with just the absorption, I could be like, okay, yeah, I can kind of see it.
I also feel like skill 2 is a better push than every single push stroke in the game right now. just gonna put that out there right now. Like, it's not as much damage as Weedy's true damage for sure, but like, you're pushing someone back and you're wiping out a whole contingency with them. It's
Like a whole wave, yeah.
Yeah.
But anywho,
No, Croissants is not. Croissants is good too, but I feel like
Croissants
this one's
is great,
crazier
but-
because now you're not only just putting it back, you're also dragging people into the.
you're dragging extra parts of the wave. I think is what Medkits is trying to say.
I know. I'm just talking about the extra push we're getting with the
It's a
Texas
bigger
S2 range. The Texas S2 range is kind of insane in my opinion. I do think, like, before we move on, yeah, honestly though, overall, amazing balance. And like I love the ideas, it's just identity crisis up the
a
wahoo.
little bit, yeah, it's a little bit of an identity crisis more than anything else, is what I would say.
Yeah.
I will
It's a great
say,
op, though. I liked it.
We can
If
take
this-
a 5-minute break after this. Oh, carry on. Luke?
yeah, I will say, if this was made by Hypergriff, the identity crisis is kind of on brand for it.
Do we revisit? Do we give higher scores because we're like, yeah, HG would totally do something like this?
I feel like honestly,
I are-
if Skami had tried to create a whole new archetype of defender that was like the in between of like the push and the defender, I would have been on board with it just for this specific instance because
You know
it
what?
would
Fair
make
enough.
sense.
Yeah. Maybe if you just made your own archetype, like this probably would have scored way higher if you made your own archetype.
Yeah,
As
maybe
opposed
like
to putting it
reduce some of the stats.
Weakness
Go all in
yeah.
on that like wall pushing aspect. Maybe, yeah, I could see that working out.
Anywho, so we can take a quick 5-minute break. So the summary so far of what we have, we've had a league reference. We've had apparently the Seabourn's local marijuana dealer. We have the most like standard one we had is a bard that somehow has fear, and Magneto.
I'm really glad I did that Photoshop. It gets funnier every time I look at it.
Like, did I like? Was there something that happened with? Was there something that happened with like this? Like, did I put something in the water for day 2? Like, what caused this is the most chaotic day 2 I think we've ever had with some of the operators going on.
I'm gonna be right back and get a milkshake. I need one after this.
All right, again, 5-minute break. We'll be right back. We'll be right back. No, Ambrose, it's not. We usually take a break after 4. You just happen to be in spot 5. All right, let's take a quick break. Leave it on the score page.
So I've been playing IS5 in the background. I still haven't gotten past floor 3. On what difficulty? Difficulty 0, because I'm doing the squad where 5 stars are automatically promoted because I don't feel like using 6 stars. 6 stars are lame, man. Okay. Just use 5 stars copium. It's possible. I know it's possible. I've gotten to like the node before the boss and then just completely whiff like an emergency or whatever. Like I know it's possible. I just keep screwing up because I'm trying to do dumb stuff.
Alright, I'm
Like
back.
put down Lutonata and have her solo like an elite enemy and then she just dies and I leak 30 enemies or whatever.
Alright, anywho, I'm back. I want to make sure it has an op. No. No. What, does your op die and take everyone he eats with him? Anywho.
You lose the majority of your runs because of dumb shit? True. Nice. I'm glad I'm not alone.
Dude, I need to start posting just like anywhere blue is. I feel like we should just drop medkits as seaboard with a log. And just tag blue in it. Just no comment.
Honestly-
What?
Honestly, just make it a sticker.
I might. Like Cheech and Chong. So is it like did they hit up the White Castle afterwards, or I don't know.
Listen,
I don't know if Blue's still here. Hi then.
listen.
So
When it comes to
man, let me give you a quick summary of what we had so far for day 2, because I'm not sure if you were here when I mentioned it. So we started with the Yone and Vayne, Yone/Vayne kind of league reference. That turned the next op after that, I believe, was the Seaborn's local marijuana dealer. After that was a pretty standard bard, as far as I can tell. Just a, pretty solid bard with some pretty cool things. Nothing too crazy there. And then we just straight up and then we had like a pretty heavy Magneto reference for the latest op. So it's been a little interesting. I don't know what happened on day 2, but I don't know what it was with day 2. You know what? Correction. This entire contest in general has been wonky. The more I think about it. Now, the more I think about day 1. Because we immediately went from an operator that is just the retreat button with extra steps, with how quickly it killed your own operators. And then we had someone that made sure that the retreat button was the only way to get your operator off the field. It's been a weird session this time. Like it's something in the water with this OC contest. I don't know what it's been with the water in this. Yeah, Embers is next. Let's not like. This is by far like some of the most fun and just the most OC contests I've been through. But also 100%, you should just grab the Seaborn ripping the bong and send that to Blue. And just like tag him wherever he is. That was just the most. That has to be the most out of context board moment I think I've ever seen. Yeah, we're chilling while Mitt gets grab some snackaronis, which in effect is making Ambrose implode more, but
listen, Ambrose is gonna come out with a banger, and we'll all be like, "Wow, this is so great!"
Ambrose is either gonna come out with a banger or we're gonna get League Reference 2.0.
I don't think we're gonna get League Reference 2.0.
I don't know. Ambrose has definitely made a couple of League references here and there where we went, and Ambrose just like, "It's not me. It's fine. Don't worry about it."
It's fine.
Totally
It'll be great.
fine.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm back with my
Welcome back.
milkshake.
Welcome back.
I'm getting a PVZ. Okay, yeah, that too. From Ambrose, PVZ is like on par. from
I am
Ambrose
ready
things.
to give Ambrose a 0. Let's go.
Bruh.
So the logic is Polaroid. I know what that word is. Thus, the name is not inspiring. Boring.
Wow.
I'm just teasing Ambrose. I work with them too much.
Hey Blue, did you look at Content General and see the Seaborn ripping a bong that Medkit's Photoshop?
Oh,
You gotta go take a look at that. Is that what Garuda provides for them?
Splashcaster. Okay, I'm sitting up for this one. I actually haven't.
Let's see if this Splashcaster is actually a Splashcaster or just the same as everyone else.
Yeah. No combat experience. Why do we have no combat experience 6-star again?
Are you telling me Pozemka is not the most busted soldier possible? Come on.
I know, right?
Typewriters? Dude. Eat
Or
these words.
Golden Glow?
He's a
Oh,
British
yeah.
Louis. Steve,
5'2".
Oh wait, hold up. I'm gonna look up stats for Santola because I need to know.
Well, it's 6 stars,
952.
like Dusk and Mystique.
And I'm telling you, Santola, my heart is a 6-star, right?
Medkits know you're not allowed to use that cracked out IS5 run as your
I am
basis.
using
You are
my
not allowed
5,000
to use your
my
5,000.
5,000 attack Santala with 400 plus attack speed.
You are
Alright,
not
just let me.
allowed to use that as a baseline. That is not how this works.
That is
You
my
sit your ass
baseline. Get
down.
out of here.
You sit your ass down.
They
I wanna give
have
everyone
less
context,
attack than Dusk
Oh,
and more attack than Mustima.
okay. Wait.
Before we move on, I'm gonna give everyone the context real quick. I was doing IS5, Wookie was watching, and I kept second doubting myself. I wonder if my caches can kill this boss, as they actively have, again, 5,000 attack,
I was
like
literally going, "Nah, you're
200
gonna be
plus
fine."
attack speed, and like every single caster buff in the game. It's like, Alright, we can move on, sorry.
The
You are
boss
not allowed
clearly.
to use 5k as a friggin' baseline. Anywho, allied after activates the skill, Polaroid gains 1 SP. When allied upgrades within tiles adjacent to Polaroid, grant +1 additional SP.
Okay.
I'm okay with that. That's pretty solid, actually. That's.
It
Yeah.
well, that depends on the skills, like the cost.
I'm just imagining you spamming not an S1 nonstop.
Wait, hold on.
long Mhm.
Hold on. Does this apply to like a Silver Ash ST where it's just like, oh, you activate it, then you deactivate it, then you activate it, then you deactivate it?
Oh,
I mean,
wait.
that's what I'm saying with not an S1. You go from long range, short range, you go from standard, short, standard, short, standard, short.
You
Like,
gotta use mountain as well.
you can,
Okay, to be
do that.
fair, if you're doing the work for it, you might as well be rewarded with the SP.
if you're giving yourself that much carpal tunnel, like we'll see what the SP cost is. That'll probably make or break this. But if the SP cost is like 60 or something, I'm like, hey man, if you're hitting mountain and like not on that many times, like just mashing it trying to get 1 SP, like, hey, fair enough. Puzzle. Just use
Palette
puzzle
2 is a
forehead.
bit busted. Palette 2 is very busted.
I'm an unmute.
Wait, hold up. That's pretty insane. Because it's not when you're deployed; it's in the squad.
Yeah. It's just when they're in the squad.
That's ridiculous, bro.
That's a little like you could like for longer duration maps you can do some really silly things.
It makes redeploy strats just even better, essentially.
I actually wonder though, because like you know how we have the initial cost, right?
Yeah.
Is there ever a universe where you just deploy? Let's just say, for example, Wiener, right? Deploy him, get the initial, and then just undeploy him. Like, would that just keep stacking?
Okay. Okay, so for the thing with Wiener though, is that it wouldn't be really effective for him simply because he's a liberator.
Oh, and I'm just using it as an example. I just the first thing that came to mind. Sorry, but the point was just like, yeah, would you just Silver Ash, right? Lose Silver Ash, right?
Yes.
Skill tree. So I know I need Silver Ash later, right? Not right now, but later. I deploy him immediately when the map starts and just remove him. So now I know he's a hell of a job skill tree. Is that what I'm getting from this?
That's what I'm getting from this as well.
Okay, good. We're on the same page.
That's why it's so busted.
Jesus Christ.
Ayo, you could have instant Nightingale skill and
Yeah.
Shining skill too. Holy
I
shit!
feel like you could just fiddle a bit.
I think Q has a good point though. Q's like, because Q says you normally want to just leave him there. You might as well, right? But if you feel like if you're using an operator for that one sole purpose, this is insane, right?
Keeping an operator on the field is going to usually be faster, not if they have giant SP costs. And here's the thing, it's also not about keeping them in the same spot. It's about being able to reposition them and then having their skill immediately be ready.
I would say, how often though are you retreating an op at full SP?
I mean, but it doesn't have to be full SP. For example, if you use Silver Ash S3, all you have to do is wait 15 seconds, and then you retreat him, and then he'll have the 15 SP.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. Like,
Yeah, it's more on the play SP. Yeah.
because you can use the skill S3, and you know that okay, if I just leave him here for like a few seconds and then get rid of him, I have an on demand, which is a lot easier to work with than the other way, which is predict 15 seconds ahead of events.
It seems pretty niche use case. Not really. It is you could use this literally every map. It.
I could see the Vanguards getting good use out of this actually.
Vanguard's more. I think Vanguards actually will probably get more use. Like I could see this getting pretty good. I could see this getting decent use in CC because you're doing a lot of redeployment stuff in CC. At the same time, though, in CC, you usually need to redeploy in like very specific. You need to redeploy basically as soon as their use is done, so you might not be able to get as much use out of them as you want to get.
I feel like it's one of those like if you're the kind to just heli drop and then immediately get rid of them, okay, then this one doesn't bother you as much. It's kind of useless. But if you're the kind of person who's like, I want Silver Ash or whatever, I want my core carry to do all the work.
It's a pretty
then
big.
Yeah.
It's a pretty big reward for if you. It's a pretty big reward for if you plat out. I would say. I don't think it's. I don't think it's as. I actually think there's a decent decent bit of room for skill expression here. I think.
I don't know 100%, but this is pretty strong because they're just in the squad. Like, Niang gives like what 20% HP and that's it for just defenders. Like,
something like that. I mean, hey,
this is like nah. You get your SP back. You're good.
Yeah, like I think it's a little. I think there's more skill expression than we think than is implied. Like. You kind of have to plan out just a little bit. Like, you have some room to fiddle with things, is what I would say.
100%, yeah.
Like, I don't think it's as cut and dry as, oh yeah, you just do this for your offense. Like, no, I mean, like, how often are you really doing this is the question. I think is the point that is the point that Q's trying to make. Is how often are you really going to be redeploying people, right? Like, you put a defender down, are you really going to pull them afterwards, right?
Well,
I mean, that really just does depend on the player on the map at that point.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's... Like, how do I put it? It's... How often can you take advantage of this, right? Like, I can see Aya probably getting some use. You leave Aya on the field a little longer, and then you can just drop it and insta Aya S3, right? Like, that's basically what I'm trying to think about right now. It's how, like, is the concept itself strong? Yeah. Keeping that additional SP, and you get additional SP. Is that strong? Yes. That conceptually is strong. But how strong is it in practice? I think is what Q's trying to ask here, which is a good point.
I think it's only going to be really strong in the longer maps.
Yeah.
And the idea is you're trading the need to have to time everything and just guaranteeing the future plan.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like,
technically,
just how practical is this from a in usage situation versus on paper? That's what I
mean.
Can I just say, Ambrose has already come out with another banger. Like, oh, Jesus Christ!
Talent 2, it comes around. I think Talent 2 it just comes out as actually fine to me. Like, I don't think it's. I think in practice it's not as crazy. Personal opinion.
The more I think about it, the more I agree. Because the thing is, if we're going back to Silver Ash, Yeah, because
I think it's fine. I just don't want it to be in the squad. I think Lore should be
Yeah,
deployed.
I think that's the part that's a little bit. It's like I'd rather just have them be deployed in order to take
I don't want this
advantage
to turn
of
into a Texas 2S 2DP moment.
it. Shoe S3 Part 3 or Shoes Talent 2 Part 3.
Yeah,
We-
like I
we ran
want to see
14
this. Yeah.
talents to 1.
But okay, let's move on
Yeah.
to skills before we.
Well,
yeah.
and modules, but module
mods.
is surrounding 8 tiles. Okay, so you 8 tiles and you
Okay.
have 2 SP. Okay, that's
For
what's
splash
getting-
caster, that's fine.
Oh no, it's more the grant 2 additional SP part where I'm like, because you can get up to. I'm assuming that's 3 now.
Yes.
Yeah, so you
think.
get up to 3.
No. Wait. No, I think
Because-
it's just
Well, it's when activation skill puller gets 1 when they're in the same
Additional.
tile,
Oh, it's
they get
additional,
1.
you're right, yeah.
So you can get up to 3 instead of 2.
oh, that's 3. That's. I mean, like
Right.
Boop said, if you're gonna work for it, you earned it at that point.
Yes and no, because you have some options. I mean, Chongyue S3 is now an SP battery. And that it does not take much effort to charge. And I am telling you, as someone that uses Chongyue on a daily basis, that does not take that long to charge. The only place you have trouble charging that is IS.
I will say, Chongyue is also a limited operator. You can only get it once a year.
Just get him.
So
Yeah,
it's
just
like,
save 300 pulls and get them, you know?
I mean, a lot of people do have Chongyue. It's not exactly a hard, like... Even not showing, like depending on the skill, like, you have other operators that attack, they have quick skill cycles too. Like, it's not that hard to have quick skill cycles that are actually useful. That's
I
what I'm
just
saying.
need to see the skills now. I just need to see the skills.
Yeah.
Oh
Oh my god, blue shilling, blue poison, and it actually works. Alright, hold on. I'm just gonna jump very quickly to the SP cost for S3. If you're mashing a button for 100 SP, or not 100, but like, you know, enough to charge that SP, that 100 SP skill that quickly, you've earned that one. If you're gonna carpal tunnel a mountain for that one, you've earned that one. I'll give that one to you.
interesting.
Anywho. Oh, I see keywords and I'm like, please tell me there's only just one keyword. Okay, there's only one keyword. Thank God. I got scared for a second. So a daze is a slow and less attack. And then second daze, so an enemy that is dazed gets dazed again, then it's just a full stun. Okay, so it works out like freeze, where you have the duration of the second application. And then it's double. Okay, so it doubles. Wait. Hold on. Alright, correct. Am I just stupid, or am I like, or am I looking at the part where it's, oh, never mind, enemies that are immune to stun. Okay, never mind. I am just stupid. Because for a second, I was just like, wait, stunned enemies have their movement speed and attack reduced for the round. I was like, that's not how that, oh wait, never mind.
That is, if you have the right setup, like Chongyue and like other good active autos.
That's a perma
right?
stun.
Like BPS1.
You can perma
You would either perma-stun them or cripple them permanently.
Yup. Like,
That's kind of insane.
the talent, honestly, the talent 1 scares me way more than the talent 2 does. Just with what you can do with that.
Yeah, I mean, we were joking about, yeah, Scover Ash Mountain, but like, no.
I'm like, with the
in
low
all seriousness,
SP
no.
costs, I'm like,
What's so?
can you, like, that can get out of hand very quickly.
What was it? You could probably do like an Archedo, like surround on her.
Wait, this is a splash caster.
Yup.
This
Yeah, this is a
AoE
splash
days.
Yup.
This AoE days.
And you can store 3 charges.
Okay.
Like, the S1 gets kind of ridiculous. Like, the potential of permastuns is way too high. Because remember, it's not just one person. You could hypothetically have 8.
You don't even need that many.
You
Just have
really
them next to
don't,
her.
because you have auto recovery. So it's like,
This skill 1 is basically just their auto attack if you do it right.
basically. And it doesn't take that long to do.
It's only 8. That's pretty easy.
Yeah,
If you have 3 ups next to her on a
Honestly-
decent cycle,
honestly,
you could easily.
one, maybe two marksman snipers on S1, and you're probably good to go. I mean,
Arquetto especially. Yeah.
you can make that work. Granted, I'm not sure. Granted, it's kind of a trade-off to use a couple people of his SP bats, but I mean, a perma stun is going to affect pretty much all enemies except bosses. So,
Manfred will never move.
oh god, yeah.
I think the problem is.
Well, the range is short enough where I mean, I guess you just have to bait the cannon and wait.
Stick a defender on the other side of them. You don't have to block him anymore. He's not ever
my
doing
God,
anything.
yeah.
So why do you care? Also, it's Splash, so even if there's chaff next to him, they all get
True.
stunned too.
Jesus Christ.
There's no universe where his man moves.
Yeah, I'm not.
It's-
the talent one was what scares me the most.
It's kind of like, it reminds me of the sleep paradox, where every sleep operator has a very set time or SP cost,
Mhm.
and you have to really work to kind of shortcut it because otherwise you would perma sleep something.
Mhm.
In this case, because of this talent one, you have a built-in workaround. And let's be real, even if you can't stun the boss, a 30% reduction in movement speed and attack is pretty damn good, because that'll make whoever's blocking it even better.
Mm.
Skill 2.
Honestly, if this was not a splash caster, skill 1 would be okay.
Agreed.
The skill one in and of itself, I think, is fine, just on its own. Paired with talent one, it gets super scary.
And the AoE. This is AoE, homie. Everyone's getting stunned.
Yeah. It's more okay, but with S1 just takes it to ridiculous levels, is what I would say. Anywho, skill 2. What do we got here?
Oh, Identity Crisis. It has follow-up attacks.
Oh,
Yeah, they're now a Mysticaster.
huh. Flick days for. Okay, so each. I mean,
Ambrose,
it's.
I have a question.
Mhm.
You said each follow-up attack will inflict days for each follow-up attack. You can soar up to 5. And each time you do a second one, it inflicts days for 5 seconds. Does that mean they are stunned for 20 seconds?
No, with the way it works, it's the way a negative status works. It just the last instance takes effect essentially. Stun does not stack. For example, if you use Texas S2 stun and Project Red stun at the same time, it's just still 2 seconds, not 4.
I'm only asking because it says for each store to fall attack, and I'm assuming it's hitting one person or something.
It's only when an ally within. Oh, it's within range activates a skill. You'd have to have 5 skill activations though in order for all the follow-up attacks to proc.
Okay, just making sure. I was like, am I reading this wrong really bad? I was, thankfully. Why does this feel so tame and like weak compared to 1? Not just me, right?
This is like
Because it is.
Dude, skill 1's so cracked.
this is today is the day where I just keep making various game comparisons. This is Honkai Star Rail follow-up attack coded. It literally has correction. It literally has follow-up attack coded into it. All the sword attacks hit it once they don't stack.
I want to see what the 100 SP skill does though.
This is Honkai Star Rail, like half cut and facial coded in its own way.
I will say though,
today is the day of either accidental or intentional comparisons.
I will
Apparently,
will
Scotty's
say,
case
though-
is genuine.
Have you read skill 3 by any chance?
Not yet.
You should read it right now.
oh
For Scotty's
boy.
case, apparently this
Into
is.
artilleryman sniper range. Hold on.
You're insane!
Hold on.
Attack interval increases plus 1.1 seconds. Oh my god.
enemies within range. I'll clear Scotty's name for the Marvel comparison. It's uncanny, but apparently this off's been cooking for months. And apparently she's only played like 5 games of it. So it's like, it really was just an uncanny case of convergent evolution. So I'll clear Scotty's name here for the Marvel comparisons. It is rather uncanny, though, with how similar it was for the S3. Especially just for the old. Anywho.
Please,
Yeah,
please
look
read
at
this.
it.
You
Yeah,
need to read
look
this
at it.
now.
Slower attacks. Deals damage to all. So you're flashbanging them for 3 seconds. Your attack interval goes to, I think, 4 seconds?
Reducing their hit rate
Yeah,
by
4 seconds.
50%. Okay.
They make it, so they're rolling 50-50s.
Okay.
And then read the second part though.
Allied repeating Wait. E2 splash
Hold on.
caster.
Repeating the damage and effect. If you do it right, you could have 10 times or 8 times the attack.
Are we clearing an entire lane?
No, bro, do it right.
Clearing multiple lanes here.
You could clear like a.
Well,
you
it's
know,
the
like
same direction as Polaroid, so.
Okay,
whatever-
wait. You know, like Neapolitan ice cream, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you pick a flavor you want and remove it from the map. Is what you're doing.
You can clear out a good chunk of map with this. How long does it still last? 50 seconds.
Jesus Christ!
Well, it is 100 SP cost for what it's worth. Not,
Okay,
but
but we talked about this. The
Yeah.
skill is gonna come up real soon if you do it right.
true. And then you can just put. If you're just expanding the range, I mean, you just put like a you just put a fast redeploy at like the little tippy edge of the range, and it just goes. Whee!
Yeah, right.
I'm going to assume, for balance sake and for Amber's sake, that you can't stack off of the allied operator flash range because that doesn't count as a Polaroid attack. I'm just going to assume that. I'm just going to assume that for the sake of both balance and just I don't think Amber's would do that. Then before Amber's pops it goes, no, it does that.
Theoretically, if we're talking about damage sources, the
Okay, that's
damage
what I
source
thought.
would still be Polaroid.
It's like that's what I'm gonna assume is the intention here. Just out of I don't think someone would go to that level of ridiculousness.
It just says repeating the damage and effect. I'm just going with that.
They're just-
insane.
You're basically doing another. You're basically doing
It's
a bigger
multi.
attack. Then
Yeah.
it's more just the. Honestly, the damage itself. Actually, no, you are hitting all. Oh, you are hitting all enemies in range.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Dusk S2. It's like your usual. It's like your Splashcaster S2s, but in a different function. Because you're doing the hit all the enemies in range, and you're flashbanging all of them, and you have an extended version of it. Dusk is a more kill focused one, since you're getting faster attacks off of it. You're attacking faster, and you're gonna do more damage to things that are below half HP. Let me see what the scaling for Dusk S2 is. Dusk S2 is 55% attack, 55 ASPD, and then if enemies have less than 50% HP, it ramps up to 130. It's the big damage. This is 180%, so it's a pretty big attack.
I wonder how this interacts with summons.
Let me see.
Like
It hits-
Phantom.
It says deployed allied operators.
Oh,
right,
So
right.
that already
Okay,
classified. It's not
okay,
allied.
good.
Yeah.
I guess I misread that.
Yeah.
Thank God.
So you're good to go on that end.
Oh God.
I'm okay with, honestly, the attack I'm okay with. Hitting all enemies in range I'm okay with because the attack interval increases. That I'm okay with. The extended range I'd even be okay with. It's really just the 50% for Visit Art's attack hit rate that I'm a little like, That's honestly the only part that I'm kind of quibbling with.
Oh, I don't like the repeat too because there's no limit to it.
Why is there no days in skill 3?
What do you mean there's
You-
no limit to the like? You basically, I mean, you get extended range. So you have to leave that operator there. I don't get me wrong with that.
No. I'm reading it as you could daisy chain this, can't you?
No,
No, you
because
can't.
because I'm the way I'm interpreting this is that the allied operator flash like that I'm not gonna count as a Polaroid attack, so you can't just chain it all the way down. That's the way.
Oh
I'm
no.
interpreting it.
Sorry, I meant more like if I just stuck 5 ops in front of Polaroid, wouldn't this attack go 5 times afterwards because it was repeating for each operator, or is it just once?
The way I'm interpreting it is just once.
Oh, I read it as for each one you hit.
Makes contact with an allied flash towards an area, facing So it's like the range they're only doing an E2 splashcaster range in front of them is the way I'm interpreting it. It doesn't stack on to the E2 artillery sniper range unless they're at the very edge of it.
Oh no, I got that. I'm just saying. I'm trying to imagine myself. I would totally stick like 3 fast rate points at the end of this and just nuke whatever's in front of them. You get me?
You can get some. The range that you can actually get is side range. Is actually where you can get.
Yeah.
Outside of just the.
I'm on the same page of the range. Don't get me wrong.
Mhm.
I'm just wondering, is there a limit to how many ops can repeat the damage?
Oh, you're saying like if the damage itself stacks on.
Yeah. Because so if I just
That
stuck,
I would say yeah. I would say the damage will stack.
right? Because if I just stick 3
Yeah.
defenders on the tip of this and have them all look at a boss, like in the same direction as Polaroid, right?
Okay, low key though, I'm okay with that because you're committing that many operators to it, and you have to keep them at that range. It's like Smash Bros when you're playing Marth. You gotta hit the tip. You gotta use the tippers.
Plus,
Like,
at the same time,
If you're
when you
committing
call it,
that many ops to try to stack that, like, and it's like, all right, you're committing that many ops to it at that point, like.
This operator likes friends.
It's like that. I'm actually okay with the damage stacking. I genuinely don't mind that. I think the damage is actually fine. I think my gripe is with the CC effect.
That's what I'm saying though, because like it could be risky if it wasn't for the 50%. That's what I'm trying to say. Because like I could right now imagine myself just running like I could totally just run like triple glass cannon guards or something, just dunk them on top, just
Wait,
murder
stupid
whatever.
question. The CC, I'm gonna assume. All right, you know what? I'm not even gonna ask the question. I'm just gonna assume the CC doesn't stack for the sake of balance, because that would get ridiculous really quickly. If the blind effect stacks.
No, it does. Repeats the damage and effect.
Oh no, I meant stacks. It gets higher than 50%.
Oh god, no.
no,
That's-
I'm assuming
like,
it doesn't
just,
do that.
It just refreshes it. Is the way I'm going
Yeah.
to interpret it for the sake of my sanity and Ambrisk.
All it will do is just make the enemy want to go get a LASIK.
Basically, yeah. Again, I'm okay with the blind. I'm okay with the damage. I'm okay with the range. I'm okay with the extended range. I'm okay with the damage stacking. I think 50% is too high of a number. I think that's a
Tia gets
little
like
bit,
30, right?
something like that, and she gets more with her skills. She gets up to like 48% or something. With her
Oh,
skills active.
sorry. It's Narantia gains 38% when for herself
Mhm.
and reduces enemies by 20. So this is
It's-
2.5 times roughly better.
Yeah, like Naran is not quite the same because this affects everyone.
That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
Yeah, like again, it's a CC effect that I'm way not okay with. The range, I'm actually like, I think this is, like, I'm kind of fine with the range. Also, not to mention that for Nanatu, it's only the surrounding 8 tiles of her.
That's what I'm trying to say. Though. It's very
Well, that's
limited.
also tower. So, anywho,
Let's move
let's
on.
move on if we are ready to.
I am ready.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let us do the lore reading. Now, Ambrose is gonna get nerfed by Medkit's bonking lore. This has been
Blobs of words. Oh boy, my favorite.
It's spaced out fine. We're complaining, both of you. Not that bad.
I literally haven't said anything. Don't even.
All right,
Also-
quiet you.
Also, oh sorry.
Quiet boop. None of hush with your complaining. It's spaced out fine.
No, I wasn't gonna complain about the spaces. It's just that every time I see Lena, I just think of Perfumer because her name is also Lena.
We could have 2 people named Lena. Let me know when you're ready to go page 2.
Impossible. Literally impossible.
SMH.
Ban Ambrose can now.
Can't wait for the Spider-Man meme now.
All right,
Ready,
next
by the
shot.
way.
All right, next OC content. Everyone's Arknights OC name is John Arknight.
Let's go.
Okay, what do I have? Page 2.
Ambrose, I'm gonna tell you right now, homie. You're gonna lose a point because I'm so tired of 6-star operators that aren't actual like skilled people.
Same.
Like,
My
the
man, if a
author is
camera
like,
was enough, to knock down somebody like this, Rhode Island would be so fucking cracked. They're just getting their PR team out there. All right.
I also think you missed like what do you call it?
the Associated
A
Press.
chance to throw like Feeder in there because Feeder's like a famous movie star.
Oh, true. Yeah.
All right. Let me know when we're ready to go to voice lines.
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right. I think it's Boop's turn to do voice, right?
I guess
Either Boop's or mine's. Or mine.
I can do it.
All right.
My old boss would often tell us to keep the matters of the infected away from the public, to avoid causing any internal dispute or controversy that could paint the company in a bad light, he said. But I just couldn't do that. Fabricating lies and shunning the truth out so it makes it feel there's nothing wrong, that's not the kind of life I strive for. Back in Victoria, Mother was never really fond of the career I pursued. To her, photography is nothing more than just a couple of clicks and snaps that wouldn't yield anything more in the big world. In truth, I never really pursued it in hopes of making any money at all. I pursued it for her, to show her what the world is like outside of the room she's bedridden in, to give her a glimpse of the great views of the cities, the mountains, streets, and shops that her oropathy had taken away from her. But seeing how the town really turned out after that day, I'm not sure if she'd even like it. Oh, is this for me? Thank you, Doctor. I didn't expect this to come so soon. Huh? Jeez, I'm getting my promotion photo taken? But wait, hold on, is that my camera? I'm hardly prepared at all. Let me get ready first. Amazing. That was great. Could you do that flashy move again? How often do you take off your hood? Surely it must get a little sweaty in there, no? Well, Doctor, it's around that time of the year where all operators and staff members are to have their photos taken for their newly issued identification cards. Wouldn't you want to have your beautiful face on it? No? Are you sure? I promise I'll make you look nice.
Nice.
2 points. Go.
Lore's good. I'll give it a 1.5. I've been whelmed. Cohesion integration. I like it in the sense of everything fits all well together, right? But the only thing that I think wouldn't really fit into it per se is the whole whenever someone activates a skill, this operator gets SP, right? I feel like that's a little bit too much per se in the sense of what do you call it? For what we currently see in Arknights, right? I don't really see that happening per se, so I'll give it a 2 for cohesion integration. The balance, this operator is very powerful, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it's also like, man, that's a lot of CC and a lot of damage. I'll give cohesion integration a 1.7. Not cohesion integration, a balance a 1.7. I just feel like it could use a little bit more tuning. For the kit, it's nice. I don't think it's anything out of the ordinary though, per se, other than the SP generating talent. Because it's just like, it's a splash caster with damage and crowd control when you boil it down, you know? So I'll give it a 1.5.
1.5? Sorry, I have 1.5, I have 2, I have a 1.5. Sorry, what was it for balance again?
1.7.
1.7, thank you. So 6.7 from Boop.
Starting with lore. I'm not dinking it because it's long. It is long. I'm dinking it because, like I just said, I don't see how this is a 6-star operator. It doesn't make sense. The whole character is my camera has a strong flash. Okay. It's the Bazemka case for me all over again. I hate Bazemka with a passion. It's I'm like, why does this character do a better job of a Slashcaster than a literal dragon?
Dragon God Black. Dragon.
Yeah, exactly. Like the point, my point still
Yeah.
stands. Like it's ridiculous. Like, better, just crazy character, and the whole story is just I don't want to forget stuff, and I take photos. Pretty much. I'm gonna give it a 1. It's pretty meh. There's not much story behind, no real motive behind him besides I'm sad and I miss my old past. So that's 1. I would like the talents. Let me just actually break it down again because I feel like I need to, otherwise I might accidentally drop the scores too low. The kit itself is interesting, although the daze kind of comes out of nowhere. Or at least it comes and goes. The day shows up for 2 and then disappears again for the 3rd, right? And then you said stuck on a random 50% just out of nowhere, and I'm like, damn, that's insane. I'm not gonna go on to skill 1 and 3, skill 1 too long because we've already discussed how ridiculous it was with the talents. But if I take away all the balancing and all the crazy interactions, I think appropriately this does fit the character. I don't know if it's interesting though. It just feels like a normal damage and I guess like CC, you might say, right? But to your credit though, the other Splashcasters aren't as crazy either, but you know, that's how they are. I'll just give it 1.5. It's pretty baseline, right? Not crazy, nothing too boring either, because at least you got something going in here, right? And the skill names are actually kind of helping me out here, because I actually like the skill names a lot, so the kit itself is kind of there. Balance though, oh my god. I'm not going to go through this again because we've already summarized it pretty well. That SP talent's obscene. That's crazy. I know we were joking about it at first when we first read it, you know? Oh yeah, Mountain Soul Rush, but yeah, that's too much. Even with, especially with skill 1. Skill 1's kind of dragging me down. I'll give...
And the module. Don't forget the module. You get +3 with the module.
Oh god, you're right. Module. I forgot it's 3, not 2 anymore. That means I don't know, dude. I want to say because well, I can't even do that because skill 2 is just also so bad. Like it just feels so weak compared to skill 1, and skill 3 at least is interesting. But we're talking about balance power level. For a 6-star operator, this is like nuclear bomb, the prototype test that failed, and then the kind of weird cousin of the weapon. You know, it's like you're only gonna use skill 1. I feel like until you have to like not die for skill 3, and it's all way too crazy. I'm gonna give this like a 0.5. I'll be honest, it's very unbalanced. As for the cohesion, okay, so strictly speaking cohesion, it does all meld together really well. You have good SP gen, you have someone who wants to spam her skill 1, skill 3 is a high cost, but this again, the talent kind of carries it. Let's not talk about skill 2. It does at least all work together well, but does it fit? Yeah, actually, I think it would fit if you toned down some of the effects a little bit, right? Maybe instead of 50%, you just made it daze again. That'd be better. Or you maybe had skill 3 do a different type of daze, or like it increases the quality of daze, you know, like you do with skill 1. I think it would have been a lot more cohesive. But stepping away from that, I think overall though, the kit itself works. It works with the talents, it works with the skill, they all kind of work together, and the module, everything just works well together, except for skill 2. So I'll give this one actually a 2.2, because I think overall, like, it actually works together. Just if I remove all the crazy numbers and effects, this does work together. So I'll give it a 2.2 for that.
All right. I'll start with lore. I actually think the lore is more compelling from like, because it's someone who is a journalist. She's a journalist, and she's getting busted pretty hard for things that society doesn't want her to cover, because they're like, oh, like you're going against the status quo. So, like, I actually think her story in and of itself is pretty compelling. Like, genuinely, I think it's a compelling story. I think, however, I will agree in that it's someone with no combat experience, and they're a photographer. They're effectively a journalist, and I'm like, I'm gonna be honest, I haven't seen many journalists be particularly good in a fight, so like that's kind of the disconnect for me on the lore section. But for the lore itself, I think the lore is actually fairly compelling. But again, I will take points off for the we're not take points, like I will. It's not going to be as high as it could be because I think of the disconnect between, 6 stars you're expecting, like, oh yeah, 6 stars are like, they're supposed to be really good at what they do, right? It's like, that's a bit of a disconnect. So, I will actually give lore like a 2 because I enjoyed the lore. I think it's, overall as a story, it is compelling and it makes sense. It would have been higher if the 6-star disconnect wasn't quite there. For the kit, I think the kit is nifty. It's fresh-ish with what you're trying to do. Like, you're adding stun effects to Splashcaster, but it's not that far out of the ordinary. I'll get more into the balance. So, like, I think the kit is just like, I'll give it a 1.5. Yeah, it's TLDR. Balance. The talent one scares me. The talent one kind of spooks me. Like I said, with everything we mentioned with talent one, like I'm not gonna continue going into it. Like the talent one mixed with some of these gets pretty scary. S3, like it's S1 and the talent one that scares me the most out of everything. Skill 3 is really just a number on the hit rate reduction. If that was lower, I think S3 would actually be fine. Like I think that'd be a cool skill 3 to work off of. So balance wise, I'll give it like 1 point. Honestly, yeah, I'll give it like 1.2. I think you're close. I think you're closer than you think. There's just some tweaks that you need to make with the talent and talent, just a couple of number tweaks more than anything else, but not major number tweaks personally. For the cohesion, I actually think this operator is very cohesive. Like, you have a very clear view of what you're doing, you're trying to go for a specific thing, and it all works together fairly well. Does it work together very well? Not like, not the best I've ever seen, but it works together pretty solidly. So I'll give it a 2 for cohesion. Like, I think it's solid as a kit overall. So 6.7 for me. And then I hit cancel, so I accidentally deleted my score, and I have to put it back in. So 18.6. It's really the talent for me. Like, it really is the talent one that spooks me the most out of this by far. And then when you pair that with S1's SP cost, like, that gets kind of ridiculous. S3, I think if you just drop the dodge number to like I don't know, 25, 30, somewhere in that range, 25. I think 25 is like a solid number for it. Just like off the top of my head. I think that'd actually be fine. Like genuinely, I think S3 would be fine with that. Because S3 is like more often than not your power skill, right? It's where you're like, all right, you're really let him flex. So, I actually think S3 is fine. I think S3's like, you're a little bit on the weaker side for that one, but I don't think it's super egregious, if that makes sense. Also, like a medkit started out lenient, and the further we go into the contest, medkits just kneecapping things.
So, I thought of another exploit for the SP talent. Gummy S1, Saria S2, a Geek or Fiametta.
Yeah,
that would do it.
there's ways. I mean, there's again. That's why I said, like, when we were saying, I was like, that S1 scares the living hell out of me. I think if you just limit it to like 1 SP, just full stop, I think that would have worked out. It still would have been strong, but it would have been more manageable to a degree. Or just be like, okay, the operator, you can get SP. It'd be like Liskarn S1, but like a different flavor of it. I think that'd be more interesting. Or not more interesting, it'd be more fair. I think with the talent one, personal opinion. It's too easy to get too big of an effect from the SP data, if that makes sense. Like, if you're committing a bunch of operators to it, then it's like, alright, you know, if you're committing that many, they're like, alright, fair enough, right? But it's too easy to get value from it with with just one or two operators that you're gonna use anyway, if that makes sense. Alright, someone's using Mucha. Mucha slash
let's go.
Let me stand up. Alright, there we go. Now I'm in my comfort
Mega's
zone.
leaning
yeah.
in. He's leaning forward. Alright.
Wait, hold up. Go back.
Yo.
Laterano.
Fashion is Higashi. I'm not entirely sure how this works, but
How did that work? Wait.
yeah, the lore better explain what the,
The
hell's going on
origin
there.
is
So-
Higashi,
so-
but the
no,
place of
I
birth
got
is
it.
Laterano.
I got it. Clearly, their parent was a fugitive that had them in Laterano, and then they had to run to Higashi.
The lore better explain how this works, otherwise I'm
Yeah.
going to be very confused.
I am confused.
I am praying the lore explains this. I'm just
Also,
just gonna
can we just
double-check
point
every
out-
time.
31 years of combat experience.
Nice.
That better be one hell of a lore.
The dichotomy of operators. 6-star, 0 combat experience. 6-star, 31 years.
Helogger Part 2. Oh my god. Okay, well at the very least, stats
Nothing too
are
crazy?
slightly higher on the
crazy.
attack, but a little lower on the HP, and so it's all bounced out, yeah. Oh, it's a Zola. It's a
Oh, it's a-
Zola.
Oh, it's a Zola. Wait, Zola doesn't get attack speed. Zola just gets SP.
I was just going off the attack speed, yeah, but wait.
No, see, Zola doesn't get attack speed. He just gets SP. doesn't he? Oh no, he
No,
doesn't
no,
get
I'm
SP.
just-
He
I
doesn't
was
get
gonna say
100.
like, wait, I swear he does.
though.
You gotta be gaslighting me
gets attack
here.
speed. He doesn't get 100 though. He doesn't get 100 though. He gets
Okay, yeah, that is a little
50.
insane.
Yeah, he gets up to 50. I think what is it? Lucia? How far do Lucius usually get up to?
So Helogger gets 120, I think.
With the scaling, I'm assuming with mods.
Yeah,
or
with the
whatever.
scaling. Most of them get
It-
100 or so? No.
It's 100 without module.
Yeah.
I'm
and
not
then some
okay
people
with this
get,
being 100.
And some people get defense instead of like raw, so they'll get like 70 attack speed and then like 50 defense or something, 50% defense or something like that.
It's
But
okay,
none of them.
it's just power creep.
This is like best of both worlds in this case. High
Zwo-
SP and high
Zola only gets up to 70, and that's with
50.
no with module.
No wait, module. Oh, module.
Yeah, with,
okay,
with
I always
mod.
forget module.
Sorry, yeah, with mod.
No, no, you're good. You're good. You're
yeah.
good. I'm not including module because I'm just looking at the current talent. And
That's
then
fair, but yeah, it's just
This is still way too good.
it's the SP. It's either either less attack speed in SP or only high attack speed. It's the fact that it's 100. It should not
Okay.
be.
Um,
It should not. 100 is too high.
I actually read this already.
Oh, okay.
This person posted it in the general chat. And I already had a lot of issues with it back then, so I'm hoping they fixed it.
Well, we'll see. Second one is so you have an enhanced state when you're below a certain amount of HP. So it's Musha Talent. Wait. You have a self heal when you. Wait, you have a self heal when you drop below 45% HP? Wait,
You get where I'm going with this already, right?
wait. Isn't that just anti synergy? Isn't that just anti synergy
What?
to what Musha does?
Exactly.
What?
Wait, isn't that just.
At least when Zola does it, it turns into a barrier, so it works. But here, it's a talent that
Doesn't that
innately.
just, yeah, doesn't that just go against what you want to do with Musha? Is you're not going to be able to.
You. So, okay, when you're a Helogger, it makes sense because it says he has to be, like, not blocking, right? I believe?
Yeah,
Um,
not
I will
blocking.
say Skami does make a good point in that basically all Mushas not named Zola do that. Or Solar Blades, yeah.
Well,
I
the
do
thing
like
is,
that. I just
this,
like
I guess because this is my person. When I use Mushas, I love hitting that like nice soft point where they're fighting somebody and they're constantly like in that threshold. This is my like, I love seeing that, right? I agree. yeah, it's counterproductive, Lucia, but I think it's because you need to give them something because they can't get healed otherwise, right? And if you let them get healed by medics, then it's way too much healing because then they'll never hit that tenacity. So I actually think, yeah, you're right. It is technically all healing themselves, but they need that, otherwise they'd be a useless archetype. The problem with this one I have is
It's a little too much.
when the other Mushas hit low, get low HP, it's just natural. That's just who they are. And you get attack speed or something outside of it, right? Here, though, the talent says not only are you getting that, you're getting bonus healing receiving, which is already a lot. You're also healing 5% of your max HP every 2 seconds. But then you immediately lose it when you go back to a certain amount of HP. You're flip-flopping nonstop, back and forth. That's my issue here. It's not that you're healing, it's just, it's a little too much, I think, no?
How do I put it? For this one, it feels like your threshold is closer to 45% versus, like, you're probably not gonna hit as much of a max damage, I would say. Oh yeah, and it does seem like the heal persists.
Okay, I want to see the skills then before I do.
Yeah,
I want to see the skills at least. Then, yeah.
It's one. Honestly, my quibble with it's less with the talent 2 conception. It's like, all right, you heal a bit more. It's like it's a little wonky, but I can look past that. Honestly, my quibble is why do you have the best of Helliger and Zola? That's my quibble more than anything else. That's like why. That to me is just like no, I don't. I really don't like that. It's not a. It's like no, why? Why? What do we got for?
Oh, they also get the Sanctuary, right? They also get Sanctuary.
Yep, Sanctuary. Threshold is now 50%.
Oh, correction. Helliger can go to 130 ASPD with a module, so not nearly as much, but still pretty strong.
Threshold goes to yes. The threshold is now 50 instead of 45. Before the healing kicks in. I feel like it's gonna be pretty hard. I mean, okay, this is kind of gonna go two ways. Like, I'm okay with Talent 2 in the sense that this Musha probably will do better when you're fighting things that hit really hard. Because the Talent 2 is gonna keep you alive better. Is the way I see this. For the Talent 2 at least.
There is, in my head, a situation where I can see this being an okay kit.
I can see
it's not
the use
counterproductive.
case. Yeah, I can see the use case here.
In my case, it's because I just did a Manfred stage with Musha as a test. And the Mushas at 6 stars and 5 stars can actually tank the cannon if they're full HP. This would be the one time where I'm like, okay, cool. It's not just Helliger. Someone else can tank the cannon and get back to full health and not get too ruined, right? Well, not full health, sorry, but like a good amount of health and not get too ruined. So...
I think there's more situations where this can come in handy. It's a little they're a little trickier to use though, is what I would say.
Okay, let's see the skills for now. I want to see the skills.
Anything to add, Boot, before we go see skills?
I think the 5% HP regen per 2 seconds is a bit much. I don't mind the healing increase, but the extra regen is just like, why?
There's also no cooldown. So as soon as they go below, it immediately kicks in.
Yeah, you just flop back and forth.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's gonna be flip floppy.
Yeah, it's a little weird. It's more weird than unbalanced, I would say.
Let's just see it.
Yeah, let's see skills.
Okay, here we go.
So you have a kind of like a Norcorn, Wrath Noir kind of thing.
Oh, this is dead ass that anime trope where it's like there's a circle and I'm sword and like they're in my range.
It's Judgment Cut.
Yeah. You know what I'm talking about? It's dead ass that like anime trope.
That is approaching.
Yeah.
He is the storm that is gains 2 SP per elimination. 185 is 3 times. Okay, so you're not gonna full refresh your skill. We'll take it.
Yeah, but it's oh my god, if you're low HP, you're gonna spam that shit.
Yup. I mean, to be fair, Zola Esther, you're spamming that shit anyway. When he's low HP.
I mean, wait,
Yeah.
but this isn't offensive recovery. This is auto recovery, so you can't spam it.
So Zola, you just
Yeah, Zola's auto recovery for all of them.
Oh wait, I forgot about the SP regen.
yeah.
Yeah.
You just you just keep going.
I think the thing that makes it not a fan of it though is the 2000 front edition. Unless it's, am I misreading it? Is it just literally the 1-2 in front of it, or in addition to the one it already
Wait.
has?
Hold on.
It's probably 3 tiles in front total.
Right?
Hold on, I need to double check something. Wait. Do I have a duration on this? No, I don't.
Duration for what?
I'm assuming this is just... Oh, this is just an instant. I'm assuming this is just an instant effect. Okay. For a second, I was like, wait, is it a duration thing or is it instant? Okay, it's an instant. It's an instant. So I'm assuming you'd activate the second they enter the attack range, or if they're already in it, you just insta-proc it.
Oh yeah, you could do either.
Okay.
You could preload it, or you could just sit there and wait. And there's no charges, so if you use it, you're not gonna get any SP till it goes off. So it's
Yeah.
not like you can farm it. So it's.
I think it's...
I'm not a fan of the
fine.
range. Nah, I'm not
The
a fan of the
range
range.
2 tiles front. It's not just Sola S3.
Yeah, but this is a skill 1, homie.
That's fair, but doesn't do it. Okay, actually, what's the damage comparison to Zola S3, actually?
Wait, hold up. Wait,
Zola's
is there?
way more damage. Like, way more damage. Is it talent 2
Okay,
enhancer? Hold
the
on, let me go
good-
check.
2 hands.
Sorry, it's the wording, it's the way it's... Oh, here we go, sorry. It's the way this is worded. Sorry, it's... there's a reason we usually ask, just put it at the,
I was gonna say, isn't there supposed to be an enhanced version?
Yeah, there is. Sorry,
Okay.
it's for future reference.
Okay.
When y'all enter stuff, please just enter what it is at M3. I don't. It's just simpler if you just enter it at max level, as opposed to the various different levels. I get lost less when it's just like that. Just for future reference,
Okay.
it makes it
I'm
a
gonna
lot
just-
easier for me to track.
I'm gonna say this. This is the thought I've had ever since I read this in the general chat.
Uh-huh.
and please don't take this personally. This is my personal opinion again, but this just doesn't make sense because I know you said that the enhanced state sticks until the duration, right? So in other words, for the skill 1, you're flip-flopping back and forth non-stop between enhanced and non-enhanced. Is that correct?
Yeah, if you're around that threshold, that's how that works.
There's no duration. In other words, this is constantly like flip-flopping. And what happens? So the only time there's a duration, I guess, is if you sheath it and there's no enemies. That's how I'm reading it.
I mean, that's why Noir Corn has a duration for his skill 1.
Right, but there's no duration listed here. So in other words, you could theoretically just sit here for eternity.
Just come here.
Wait.
Also, sorry, another thing that I need to add because I think I missed this as well. Again, things happen.
Oh.
There, that's also
Oh.
a thing. It's, Alright, now that more things are added, I'm less okay with it. Because... I'm kinda less okay with the... Because I don't see a duration for how long this will last. Like, this is just a different state.
Yeah, Noir
So if
Corn
you're
has-
invuln, you can literally just tank infinite range damage. Wait a minute. You know what
Well,
I
okay,
realized you
well-
can do with this? It's auto recovery. You activate the skill, and then it's a really stupid usage of it. Like, don't get me wrong, this is a really stupid situational usage of it. This is my mind jumping to IS. This is Woodar's talent, but just infinitely better because you're not even taking damage of things that you can pull with this. It's a stupid use. It's something that you probably really only would ever pull in IS as like a minute moment. But
I mean, you could use it outside of IS too, like global archers from near light.
that
Yeah.
too. Like
It
there's
just never
situations.
dies.
Yeah.
Because like the thing is, Noir Corn is invincible as well during his sheath, but like you mentioned, he has a 6-second timer on it. So
Wait.
in other words,
You know what?
Not
Yeah.
only that, it's for his one attack, and then he has iframes, and then he goes back
Yeah.
to being
Wait,
vulnerable.
so question. Oh, sorry, quick question.
Wait,
just
hold-
for,
no, no,
just
sorry.
so I'm 100% sure.
Sorry.
Does the skill animation include the sheet, or is it only when he does the attack itself?
I believe it's when he's launching it.
Because if it's only when he's launching it, then my concerns go out the window. Then that particular one goes out the window.
No,
If
it's when he's launching it. I misread it too. Yeah, it's when he's launching it. I'm pretty sure because that's how Noir Corn
You know
works.
what? We've been giving benefit of the doubt. I'll give benefit of the doubt that it doesn't include he's just being chilling there and is invuln, because that would be ridiculous. I will I will allow.
Wait.
I'll take the. I'll give the benefit of the doubt there, because I was like, wait a minute. But,
It's 3
I'm
a.m.
pretty sure it's only when
really
he's launching a
tired.
counterattack.
It's
It
fine.
has to be that.
mhm. Yeah, I'm just gonna assume it's only when the slash happens, not the sits there with the sword in the sheath going, "Come at me, bro."
Mhm.
I'm just gonna do that, and let's move on to skill 2. Like, okay, got that clarified. And then that's what I'm going to interpret it as, for the sake of anything else is unthinkable for me. What do we got here? So you deal 300 to one enemy and drops your current HP to 40%. I'm assuming if you're 40% or below, that part does not apply. Bonus attack. Each elimination within range gains +2 SP after the skill ends. Max stacks at 5. So you can get up to 10 SP back from this. I'm just double checking these skills that I'm not
Then
missing something
it
extra in there.
pretty much. No wait, that's a duration though. Hold on.
Yeah,
Okay,
okay,
yeah.
it is. Okay, I don't think I missed anything here.
And then if you do it right, you pretty much can activate it again because there's a high chance you. No wait, no sorry, I misread the numbers. Oh my god. SP is 25, initial 13 duration. Yeah. Okay, there you go.
No, you're not gonna get.
Ugh.
Yeah, no, you're.
No, I was gonna say
it's
like,
fine.
wait, am I gotta be reading this wrong. I'm a little tired.
I want to
okay.
say this one's numbers-wise, it's fine? Question mark.
Yeah, honestly, this is fine.
This is fine. You do one big attack, and then you have bigger follow-up, like subsequent attacks. But it's not.
It's just a different flavor of Zola skill too, though.
Kinda, yeah. But
Yeah, less survivability, more aggression. Oh, not survivability. There's still 50% defense buff, but you know what I mean. It's like a mix of Akafuyu and. No, actually, wait. It's,
no barrier here.
It's actually pretty much Akafuyu, and just you get SP.
Yeah,
No, it is Akafuyu, yeah.
I was like, this is not Zola S2. Zola S2 is.
Yeah,
increased
this,
blockout.
yeah.
He
No,
doesn't
I only
do
thought it
what
was Wola because
yeah.
of the
like,
what do I call it? What was it? What was it? The skill, the HP drop, but I forgot Akafuyu also does that. So
Yeah, it's the
Akafuyu's-
big.
the question is
I
though,
would say not even similar to Akafuyu S2. Like, this is kind of its own thing. I think. Granted, I don't
No.
use Zolas that much.
Akafuyu is drops HP, gets defense and attack speed and damage.
Yeah, I'm saying this one
Effectively.
does. Yeah, this one does. I think the biggest thing to sort of off is you just have a big extra attack afterwards.
The SP is nice.
And the SP, yeah. Again, I think it's fine. I think this
My-
is. The skill is.
Actually,
it's
I'll talk about
it's
that later.
I think the skill's a solid take from it.
Okay, let's go 3 then.
Yeah.
Unless Boop, you want to say
Yeah,
something
Boop,
about
anything
skill
you want to
two?
add for skill 2?
For skill 2, I think the numbers are fine, but I'm just a little bit disappointed that it's just stats, you know.
Yeah.
No interesting effect.
Well,
It's okay.
Yeah, well, yeah.
It's okay. You got a judgment mark. You got a mark effect on 3.
Okay, let's see what this one is. Judgment mark. Yeah, here it is.
You can deploy. You can deploy that on a tile. Lasts for 25 seconds. The marks attack. Hold on. By
I'm
9
assuming
tile
it
range,
means I'm
surrounding
assuming it
tiles.
means the 3x3.
Oh,
Yeah.
3x3.
range.
Okay,
I'm-
not.
I'm just gonna take it as that because again, anything else is too ridiculous and just would not make logical
Doubles
sense.
the
Exactly.
SP from 30 to
Unless Kagami right now goes,
Hold up,
no,
hold
that's
up.
what I want. In which case, okay, we'll judge it as that. But
Wookie,
Yo.
please check. Is there a summon?
I
information.
don't believe so. I believe this is simply just a marker. I don't see
I'm
anything for
I'm under the impression it's like Scotty Seaborn, where the stats
Uh-huh.
literally do not matter.
Yeah, the way I
I
see it, it's
see.
effectively just a just a big marker area kind of deal.
Oh, I'm asking because it says now double the attack speed and deal 5% true damage. So that-
That's because the enhanced is above like the actual skill effect,
Sorry.
rather than
Yeah, sorry. Let me fix that.
wait, no.
Let me fix that. There. I should make a little
Oh.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
sorry.
got confused. I
Sorry,
was like, the
sorry,
mark is doing
sorry,
this.
Sorry, it's not the mark. It's again. It's
That's why I
yeah,
asked.
it's
Does
a
a mark
little-
have stats?
Yeah, it's sorry. The way this was written is they give the skill, but at M3 things change. So it gets a little jumbled between me trying to figure out what the numbers are for skill
Wait,
with the
wait,
critical effect.
M3? Isn't it so based off of like talent too? Like, oh, hey, I go into this state and
No, I'm
then
saying
this
the
will
way.
get
No, I'm saying the way the skill was entered is there's a skill level 1, skill level 7, and a mastery 3. Like there's 3 different levels of the skill that are all entered
Oh,
in addition to
what?
what the base effect is. So that's why I get a little confused and I need to figure out which one is which. And I have to like kind of stitch it together. So if things are a little bit wonky, that's me trying to figure it out.
I also think it's quite interesting that they made the judgment mark last longer than the actual duration of the skill.
Yeah, you can get long in
might
defense
as well.
reduction, why not?
Yeah, you might as well make it the same, but yeah,
so you
it's
get-
fine. That's just kind of funny.
Oh, so it's
But-
kind of like it's
but-
kind of like OPS where you jump to the tile.
Here's the issue though.
Mhm.
If judgment tile is deployed on a ground tile, the unit moves to that tile.
Actually, yeah, what happens when the skill ends?
Yeah, they
I'm
move
assuming
back.
they just move back.
Yeah, that's my
Yeah.
assumption. The judge mark just stays.
Also, also,
This
also,
is global,
I'm
though.
I'm under the assumption that the judgment mark again acts like Scotty Seaborn. It has like a redeployment time similar to it, and it just goes back into the hot bar
Yeah.
the moment the duration of it ends.
Let's
Same
just
as OP.
yeah, let's just for the sake of it, we'll just treat the marker as like a Scotty Seaborn redeployment timer
Sounds good.
for like just skill cycling purposes.
I will say I don't like the true damage. It's like why you already have stats. Like why are you giving true damage?
Another thing is, I'm kind of curious though, because in OP's case, it makes sense. He throws his own anchor, moves back, right? What happens if you undeploy the judgment mark?
They just
And then
move back.
they
I
move
assume.
back
Back,
immediately?
yeah.
Like what happens?
Yeah, that's my thought. Well, actually no, because
Actually,
they just
do you
moved to
even?
the mark. They just moved to the mark, and I'm assuming they're just on that tile until
Oh,
I'm just assuming
the
they're on
duration
that-
ends, right?
Yeah, until it ends. Until the thing ends.
Okay, I'm just kind of curious how this would all work in the game because I only know OP for movement.
My concern with this is less so the movement. My concern is I don't think there's a range that there's like a limited range you can put that thing in, so you can hypothetically just redeploy cross map.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's global. There's no indicator
Yeah,
that's
that's my
limited.
concern more than anything else.
OP's got to work hard to move. He's got to like hit a
He got
specific
he
like,
got a lot
angle.
that thing.
Yeah, but this guy just goes, nah, I'm a fly there.
Yeah, and by the way, the enhance is I'm assuming the enhance is only if you're at that threshold when you activate the skill.
Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. So that's the case though, which brings me back to my original point. The flip-flopping sounds annoying as hell.
It does. It's a weird threshold to play around, and you're just gonna be if you're hovering around that mark, you're gonna be in this constant state of like up down up down up down, and it's gonna mess with your like. It's less so the overall like numbers. It's more so player QOL just feels wonky with that specific effect.
Yeah.
If that makes sense, I think the enhanced would make more sense if it was something like you enter the state for X amount of time, and then it goes on a however long cooldown, and then you can go into it for X amount of time again. I think that would make more sense for quality of life and a little less flip-floppy. I think the concept in and of itself is acceptable. I just don't like the execution of it. It's a little clunky in the execution, I think. How are the numbers we're thinking on S3? Are the numbers okay, or are the numbers like
The numbers are okay. Well,
Again, it's just stats. The only thing I don't like is the true damage. I'm okay with the judgment mark and that the whole teleporting across the map. It's whatever. We have global range in the game. It's just like this is fine. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I'm just double checking
oh,
the enhanced
okay.
effect.
I thought I disconnected for a
Yeah,
moment.
it's saying it enhances the equip skill. No, but I'm saying my question is, is the enhancement permanent on the skill, or do you lose the enhancement when you're not in your enhanced state? That's my question. That's basically our quibble right now. We're not sure if you go out of the state, you're not in that enhanced state anymore, right? So is your skill no longer enhanced? Because if it does that, then it's a really weird case of trying to time it sometimes if your numbers are going like up and down, and you're taking damage. That's what we need.
From what Kagami is saying, if you're, let's say, at 30% HP, and then you activate your skill will stay enhanced even if you go above 50% HP.
Okay, so basically, if you go below, then the enhanced state, your next skill is guaranteed enhanced if you go below the threshold before you activate the skill. Is that like the intention of it? Because that would make more sense to work with, and that's just kind of like a English is a wonky language and grammar is silly sometimes moment, and that's like fine. But clear wording will make it more clear. Like it says enhance the equipped skill, so it's like that's why our wording here is like we're not sure if it's gonna swap back and forth between your skills enhanced. No, it's not. It is. It isn't. It is. It isn't. Right. That's where we're getting confused because of the wording. But again, given that we could have ESL moment, that is also a thing. So we're trying to account for that as well.
Oh, did someone disconnect?
No, Megas is
I
Okay. Okay, I heard a Discord sound.
disconnected.
Oh, Megas did
Oh,
disconnect.
okay.
He's back on his phone.
My Wi-Fi died.
Oh, Medkits is here. We're just we have phone
I
kits.
I hope
Hopefully I don't
everything
sound
is
too bad.
okay in your area and that nothing bad is happening.
Mm.
Do I at least sound okay?
Yeah, you sound fine.
Yeah, you're fine.
I'm being a little wonky.
Oh,
but,
okay, lovely.
Anywho,
Yeah, not much I can do about that one.
yeah, not much you can do about it. I can DM you the kits, so it might be easier for you to read. But
That's fine. I'll just read from my phone. It's fine. I can read it.
all right. How do we want to interpret that skill? How do we want to interpret the enhanced then?
Uh,
Do you want to take it
wait,
as...
real quick. What were you saying before I disconnected?
Kagami was saying that the enhanced state stays on a skill in the sense that once you go into the enhanced mode, it stays on the skill. Like the skill will be enhanced no matter what if you dip into the mode before you activate the skill.
So as long as it happens once, you're good.
That's the way I think Kagami intended it, which from a wording perspective, I'm like, yeah, I can understand that. That makes more sense than flip-flopping, so I'm inclined to allow it. Just so it makes more sense. Up to you guys,
Yeah.
though, like how my judge consensus.
No. I'll let it slide because I was gonna ding it a lot because I was like, this just doesn't make sense. You're gonna
fair
be
enough.
fighting for your fucking life to actually get your skill enhanced.
Fair enough. Alright, so then in that case, alright, we'll just say that once you are in the enhanced mode, your skill will be enhanced. But the heal effect is still kind of toggles back and forth. We will give benefit of the doubt.
Yes.
because we've been giving benefit of the doubt and it would be unfair to not give it, I would say. Alright. You ready to go to lore and you ready to go to lore?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm good.
This is a lot of quotes.
Oh, that's a giant text blob. Holy shit.
Holy
The way
shit.
this was written is each line is its own like line, but I've had to like try to work it together a bit more because otherwise we'd have like 15 lore pages. I'll try to space it out a little bit.
I'm waiting for someone to do like a ballsy play and just do like a short haiku.
Would be pretty funny. Let me know when
Look,
you're
if you
ready
do
for
a
next
good
page.
poem,
You can do a good poem that makes sense in the lore line, you're gonna get super props for it, or you're gonna get shredded
Yeah.
for providing nothing.
yeah. I mean, I'll be honest, I'm like slowly reading this, I'm just like, it just feels like exposition, but like poetic exposition to some degree.
Yes, this is definitely just feels like word vomit without being word vomit because I'm like, what is going on?
You guys ready to go to the next page?
I'm so confused.
Yeah.
But sure.
And then let me know when you're ready to go to voice lines. I'm reading this as it's very vague.
That's an understatement.
Yeah, it is very, very, very vague. Like,
Okay, I'm ready to move on. Yeah.
I would not know that this was Arknights related until like the second to last paragraph.
No, hold up. Let's make it even clearer. You can barely tell the guy is Hagashi, for starters.
Yeah.
I
Like, it
think.
is
Is there anything here that suggests it's Togashi? I guess Far East, maybe?
far. I mean, there's Terrans, but yeah, it is very, very, very vague. Anywho,
And
what's
then,
lines?
yeah.
And here's the thing, Terran itself is just like that is a very vague thing. Like you could like there's StarCraft and there's like so much media that just
StarCraft,
uses
yeah.
the word Terra, you know.
Warhammer 40k.
Yeah.
Holy Terra.
Yeah. Part of Blood Emperor, you know? I mean, wait a minute.
Calm
What,
down.
huh?
No blood for the blood god here. Whose turn is it? You voice.
I can do this.
Go
Why
for it.
not? Greetings, I'm Kagami, the last of the Kushin family, and a Ronin of Higashi. Doctor, it's a pleasure to be working the part of my brother. You seem to be concerned about everyone's stare. Fear not, Doctor. Do not be scared of judgment around, for you are unwavering as stone. So you've heard about her. Not every soul is the ever so perfectionist. Give yourself grace. You're still growing, Doctor. Doctor, are you sure you aren't flirting with my wife? No? Very well then, here's a gift from my daughter. Personally delivered to you.
Before we move on to scores.
Honestly,
I'm
I'm
just
just more
disappointed.
confused.
No, yeah, like, first of all, wasn't the. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Did they say from Lacarano?
You're cutting in and out, but yeah, it says place of birth Laterano, factory Higashi, Oregon Higa. I'm Origin Higa. I see. Lore's gonna hurt you, but you're lucky that lore does not take a big chunk of points. I'm the lore. You've lost me with the lore. I am very lost here. Anywho, points. Go, Boop.
I'm gonna start with lore and just say. Honestly, I'm just gonna give it a 0. It's like there's nothing Arknights related in the lore, other than mentions of places and or Terrans. And then there's just like the character itself is like. We know he has a family. We know a little bit about his personality, but it's just like there's nothing else going for him, you know? Like it just I feel like we have very little to work with. Because even though there's like I mentioned before, it's a lot of word vomit without telling us anything, right? Because it's just I'm not getting anything from it, right? I actually no. Instead of 0, I'll give you a 0.2, 0.2 for it because at least you tried something different and tried to convey something through it, right? Because you didn't just write like a paragraph or tell a story or do an archive file. You tried to do something different, so I will give you props for that. For cohesion and integration, I think they do work well together. I think I could see this being in the game. I'll give it a 1.5. I just don't think it's anything special. For balance, again, it's not really anything special. I think it's a tad bit not overpowered. I just don't like the true damage on skill 3. I'll give balance a 1.5 as well. It's stats, right? Like as a Musha enthusiast, I'm a little bit disappointed at the lack of creativity. And as for the kit, it's just again, I'm just a little bit disappointed at the lack of creativity. You've got attack speed, you've got SP generation, which is all things we've seen before. It's just like you're reusing stuff from Mushas that we already have, which is fine. But again, it's just been there, done that, so I'll give it a 1.5.
1.5. Alright. So that's a
'Cause it feels
4.7
like-
overall from Boop.
Yeah, because you met the mark, right? It's just like that's really it.
Medkits from the phone.
Alrighty. Lore. Yeah, I mean, look, I get it, word vomit, I don't like it, but if I sometimes at least see something good, like I think Sakami was a good example. Very lot of words, A lot of words, but at least I could see where I was going. But I liked it. In this case, there's no Laterado. Not sure why they're in Higashi. They have a family, but then if you look at the line, they're saying the last of the Koshin family, but then they have a daughter, so technically they're not the last anymore. Not sure what's going on. So yeah, I'm confused as hell. Doesn't really make sense. I don't even enjoy the whole like flowy story style you're going for, because I'm just reading this and going, what the hell is going on, right? It reminds me of, what's his name? I don't know if you guys have seen it. It's literally that Overwatch cinematic with Hanzo where it starts with like the poem and they're using the story to kind of show the brothers.
Before they start
It's like that. They're using a story. Yeah, that's what it felt like to me. But the problem is we at least knew who they were, so we had to follow along. In this case, we know nothing about this guy, so I can't follow along. I'm going, okay, something's happening. I don't like it though. So for that, I'm gonna give it a 0. It doesn't work. I'm sorry, it just doesn't work. I'm super confused. I would have loved to see something interesting with why there was Santa and Higashi, right? How that happened? You could have been short. I'd have been like, so fun. Sounds fun, right? What are the 3 categories again?
We also have
It's
we have
balance.
balance, cohesion. Kit.
Okay.
This is
Kit. Okay. Can you go to the skills from me real quick?
Yeah. Nick that's on the phone is
Okay.
trying his
Oh.
best.
Just so we're clear, I want to love the idea of a charged skill Musha. That's interesting. I want to love it. But the fact that you chose to do it with HP on the one class that's flip-flopping by default is kind of weird. Maybe I'm just a bit weird of thinking about it like that, but I would have liked to see something else, you know? You could have made it interesting, like enemies killed or like time fighting someone else. I don't care. Just something that isn't going to be so inconsistent. You kind of risked it by saying, okay, what if we made it so that if the skill is charged once, you're good. Okay, that rescues it by a lot. I'll give you that much. But then you could have done more with it, I think, instead of just stats. But I will give you credit. The Mushas don't have charge, and you've given this one a charge. So I kind of like that. So I'll give you at least a 1.5, because you at least kind of balance it out. Not too interesting in some areas, but kind of fresh with the whole approach to a Musha charge with the HP idea. So I was like, you know what? That's cool enough. I'll give you that much. What was it? Balance?
Balance.
Yeah, this is not balance, bro. You gave him the best of Vola. You gave him almost as good as Hellauger. It's just that everywhere. Like, what's going on, right? You had a cool idea with the sheathing, and I'm like, you know what, that works. Yeah, from Noircore, but sheathing, Ronin, the whole Higashi samurai aspect, that's where you're going for, right? The lone samurai. That was cool. But then you didn't do anything with it after that. It just became, I am now that man, right? I just have stats. Nothing else beyond that. And then you gave him a global move, which is ridiculous. I'm not even going to approach that one. Balance is off the charts. I would have used shit out of this operator to make that clear. Like, this is ridiculous. Probably like a 0.5, because at least some of it's okay, but the others are just way too obscene.
Last one will be
So, cohesion. Yeah. I don't like it. I told you earlier, I don't like the whole HP threshold and you heal. Did we address it if you get the cooldown or not? Or is it just immediately, right? Did we address that or no?
The state itself goes back and forth immediately, but for the skill, it's if you enter the state, the next skill you use is enhanced, just regardless of if you.
Okay, yeah, I hate that.
Okay.
I hate that. That's just so annoying to me. I'm just like, dude, I just want to, because as a Musha player, at least when I play Mushas, I'm like, I want to see my Mushas all at like that 20%, 30% threshold. That's like peak, like the strongest, right? That for me is where it's fun. And then the new modules Shelter, you're dancing with that. It's amazing. And to be told you're going to be healing half the time is madly infuriating. So this is a bit personal bias for me, but I dislike this whole thing. I don't see this happening in Arknights ever because it's just counterproductive to the whole Moosh identity. I know other archetypes have had that Juggernaut, not Juggernaut, but that revival module. It works for them because they're supposed to be 1v1ing. Mushka has the 1v1 too, but we got Shelter, and I feel like when you're giving them a innate heal in the middle of it, it just feels so counterproductive. And I'm gonna give this like a 0.5 as well. I just doesn't mix well with me. Other stuff could work. It's just that is turning off a lot for me right now.
It's with a 2.5. That gets being harsh as the further we go on. Alright.
I will say, I completely forgot about talent too. I would like to change my balance score from 1.5 to 1. I feel like that is a very glaring issue.
Okay, so you're at 4.2 then.
So thank you, Medkits, for bringing it up.
Yeah, right. Like you and I both love Musha. We're on the same page here. This is
Alright. From a lore perspective, I'm gonna be honest, this sounds like you've made a different character and tried to Arknights-ify it. Which, if you're just creating a regular OC, like, yeah, sure, that could work. In the scope of the contest, though, the lore needs to be way more Arknights focused, at least for our scoring stuff. That's more the thing that I'm, like, I read this lore, and it takes me a bit too, like, if I was reading this lore, you know, outside of the scope of the contest, right, I would have no idea what this is from. Until maybe the end when I see Rose and I'm like, Arknights? Question mark? So, again, this feels like you had an OC, and you tried to fit it into Arknights, and they already had pre-established lore, and you're like, you weren't quite sure how to fit it into AK. But again, we do have there's plenty of people that are happy to help with lore and can help you make your lore make sense in the scope of how does it fit into Arknights. So, I mean, I got some personality in the character, so I'll give it like a 0.5. But the lore is severely lacking in the Arknights aspect, more so than anything else. For the kit itself, it's like, how do I put it? There were things out there that I was like, oh, okay, maybe, and then there were parts that I did not like as much, like the enhanced state going back and forth for heals and no heals. Again, we're not going to establish the skills because the skills is once enhanced, it stays enhanced, so that's, you know, okay, I'm not going to quibble that. But the skill itself, like, that state to me is a bit too much for a Musha to heal up. So, I like the concept of the enhanced state. I think there are different ways to go about it. So I'll give you like, I'll give you like a 1.5 for it. Like, you tried to make it work. You really did try to make it work and make it refreshing. Balance, I'm not okay with Talent 1. Like, Talent 1 is, no Musha should have the best of both. It should be some kind of compromise. Or just one or just, you know, one. Right? Like, it's either a compromise or all in on the attack speed so far. But having the maximum for both, to me, is not okay for balance purposes. So that is, like, a big no-no for me. Skill 3 also give you global redeploy just on that. Like, you have global redeploy on, like, you effectively made a fast redeploy with the power of skill 3 and with the way the judgment mark works. Unless the judgment mark is you only get a single one, in which case that changes things a lot, but it sounds like it lasts 25 seconds. It's like, it's just really hard to work around, right? So, balance, I'll give it like a 1. As for the kit cohesion, it's a little all over the place between what the skills, between like S3 is very out of the ordinary, like just whoa, it's way out there compared to the rest of the kit. But it's like, again, it's there, I just don't think it's the most cohesive. I'll give it like a 1 point, close to having a cohesive kit, honestly, but it's like I'll give it like a 1.4. So it's a 4.4 for me. I think it would help you a lot more. I think what I would recommend is like talk to some of the fellow OC creators that we have in chat, like in in Discord, and just be like, hey, can someone take a look? Like, you know, just ask like, hey, does someone want to take a look at my kit and help me out with this? And you can just help out in DMs, right? And work, and, you know, talk it out and work it out. So, yeah, I think, you know, if you're making your own OCs, like, hey, it's a cool concept. I just think in the scope of this contest itself, I think you definitely have there's definitely some work that can be done, right? I think more than anything, like just in the scope of the contest, which is, you know, what we're here for. Also, I totally forgot to do the math for the scores. What is that? I nearly broke my phone. 2, 4, and a 2.5. That's 11.1. Okay, so that is. Alright, last one of the night will be Hypers. If you're wondering what I was alluding to when I was saying, like, talents should not take up I should not have to make 2 slides for talents, we're about to see it. This is what I was referencing.
No.
And I
We
was
got
like,
the Zuikaku
No.
special,
no,
boys.
no, this makes the Zuikaku special look tame.
Oh, so
Okay,
this is
so in
not
other
a
words,
hyper. So wait, it's the hyper death special now.
Honestly,
Okay, so in
maybe.
other words, I am getting the Zuikaku special though in the end.
One way or another, yes.
Okay,
You
first of
cannot
all,
escape.
at least Hyper made a geek. Credits.
Credits, geek. Sarkaz, Cyclops
Also,
Sarkaz.
195 centimeters. Good lord, our tall queen.
Oh my god. Keep her away from Amberisk. Amberisk likes the tall mommy characters.
Mommy.
Down, Meg, it's down. I'm gonna get the spray bottle.
Anyways,
This is geek,
okay.
so comparison would be Ak here.
I'll be honest, I don't care about geek stats. I'm more curious about the skills and talents.
It has let's just move past the stats. There's nothing special about them.
Alright. Also, I'm
There's
thinking
literally nothing
making
special.
Amberisk catch a passing straight. Amberisk, go by.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you see what I mean now with... You see what I mean now with Dios mío.
Wait, this is one talent?
This is one talent. This is why I was going, Dios mío, what the hell did I just read
Has
when I was entering this?
What the
Because I'm
what
usually
the
copy and pasting. This is the first one that made me pause and go, what the hell did I just
Listen,
did I copy the right thing?
okay. First off, ear warning. This is
let's-
not Yu-Gi-Oh. This is not Yu-Gi-Oh. Please.
Wait, hold up. Am I reading this right? That either does damage or fears for 2 seconds.
Or frightened.
Is that
so
it?
you either have Degen effect and then fear. You either have Degen.
What's fright? I actually don't know what frightened is.
Disarms. It's disarm. The enemies can't attack.
Oh, okay.
So it's disarm,
I see.
fear, or do arts damage. If they
Yeah,
kill
I don't
an
have
enemy,
Dagon
you
friend,
have
but no.
you can stack that. And then if there's unit
Huh?
range, they also gain the buffs. Every 3 seconds, they also just shoot the unit for. How many skills did you put into one?
This is
How many skills did you put into a talent? Jesus Christ!
and Yurio can kill the
Like,
unit and then swaps to a different
state,
wait.
but then the different state does different things.
This is just
Okay.
There's
What
like
am I
3
looking at?
skills. This is
Okay,
literally
wait,
like
hold
3
up.
skills. Hold up. I need coffee. I'll be right back.
I'm gonna save us all a little bit of trouble. Okay, we can read this and we can try to understand it.
Or we just
But I'm gonna be real with you, homie.
Yeah, I'm gonna negate this.
Probably
Just
gonna get a
straight up.
0.
No, yeah, no, this talent, no. I'm just gonna pretend that I didn't see and you just have a missing talent. Honestly,
This is
this
absurd.
not existing probably helps you more than it hurts you than me trying to understand what happened here.
You could remove like 3 paragraphs and I'd be okay with it.
What in hell's name did I read for the? You made Boop get coffee at 3 a.m. for him.
Let me understand this. Okay, basically
proud
here's
of
what's going
yourself?
on. Okay, I think I can summarize it, Wookie. I
Mhm.
can summarize it. First of all, the first paragraph is fine. That's just basic geek. Something
Yeah,
happens,
That's
right?
okay. I mean, granted, fear of frightened is I'm a little like, but
It's a little OP, but let's
Yeah.
not talk about that. She can then give somebody buffs, right? but she's killing them in the process.
Mhm.
If she kills them, she turns into a different state, but then the unit she kills also loses stats with no limits. And then she has a chance to heal the enemy,
Because reasons.
but debuff them at the same time. And then now, during this other state, she heals operators and grants buffs.
Like I said,
But then somehow, if somebody dies during that time, she goes back to the default. So in other words, this is a talent that basically says you are 2 operators, and you have passives that are default skills on other people. There you go. I summarized it.
Huey just came back and he's like, what did I just see? We've hit
Yeah,
Suikaku's special challenge mode. Or like
so
Suikaku's special
basically-
risk 18, max risk. I don't know how to define this. Also, Amber's helicopter. No, this isn't a helicopter. This is like Kobe's helicopter. I'm allowed to say that now, I think. It's been long enough.
Yeah, it's long enough.
Like,
My issue with this though is it's way too much, obviously. There's no real way to. There's also no real way to control it.
nope.
And then for some reason, I don't like it when you heal the enemy. I know that sounds kind of obvious to say.
Yeah, I don't like it either. You know what this
Because
feels?
10%.
Go ahead.
Can I just say one thing real quick?
Yeah.
Healing the enemy by 10% of their max HP and but making them take 50% more damage is not the balance you think it is. Because I can do 50% more damage, but 50% more of 100 is only 15. Healing 10% of 100,000 is a lot more. You know, you get the idea.
Mhm.
Okay, I have coffee. We're still on talent 1.
No,
Holy shit.
we just kind
Boop,
of broke it down a
Boop.
bit, but we're just
I'll break
honestly-
it down for you real quick.
What?
Talent, the first paragraph, pretty basic. OP, but basic.
Uh-huh.
She then buffs her allies, but if she kills them, she turns into another operator, basically, that heals the enemy but debuffs them. And then if an operator dies during her, like, time as with other operators, she goes back to the default Uriel. Does that make sense?
Why is this operator a thing? Wait, what?
Yeah, we also agreed to
It's
just
too
move on
much.
and say...
Can we move on to
Yeah,
talent
we're just
2?
opting to move on, which is honestly very tame.
Can someone sense the sun is
Wait a
essential
second.
to the attack
Reveal
rate?
invisibility and apply silence. Okay, but they can
can
attack
attack
the
us up.
summon. I can...
Again,
Okay, you know what? That's fine.
Okay.
Actually.
this is
Okay,
fine.
okay,
this
that's
is
fine.
totally
That's
fine,
fine.
actually. This is completely
I
fine.
was gonna say
It
this
is
is
fine.
busted.
No, but you can shoot it. You can shoot it something like
It's
this.
You can shoot it.
fine. It's
Wait,
fine.
is there a summon stats? Is there a summon stat?
Let me double check. While
Uh.
double checking, you know that shit post of like random bullshit no? That's the vibe I
Oh,
got
yeah.
when I'm looking at that talent one.
I need to see the summon stat. If it's like a Nightingale cage, that's just too strong.
I need to. Let me see. Do we have summon stats? Let me double check. I was given summon stats. Let me see. Oh, I did put. I was smart. I did remember it.
Okay, that's not nearly as bad as I thought it'd be. That's actually not bad. It's
Look,
not
this
the
thing's, like,
Nightingale
squishy as hell. It's
75
just-
res.
Yeah, it's just 3,000 HP. Like this thing can melt
It's-
pretty quickly.
It's squishier than the beeswax pillar.
Yeah, this thing melts pretty quickly. Like
Okay, I'm fine with
I'm
that.
okay with this.
Also, wait, cost of 10? That's actually pretty hefty.
Yeah, like I'm okay. Again, the talent 2 is actually balanced and fine. Like,
Okay,
legit.
No, here's the thing. We're saying it's balanced and fine because 1 is absurd.
Yeah, that's fair.
I still think
It's strong.
revealing invisibility and silencing is too strong because it's a 20-second duration. It's way too strong, but when I juxtapose it with Talent 1, I'm like, you know what? This really ain't that bad anymore.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, in the context of talent 1, everything's fine. I take that back. This is still not okay.
Talent 2 is still... Okay, just so we're clear, I think Talent 2 is still busted, but relative to 1, this is nothing.
Q, for reference, this is why we initially said talent 1 is fine. Just take one look at this. This is a talent, by the
Oh,
way, Q. Q, this is a talent. Just take a look at this, Q, before we move on. Okay. Yeah, that's why in the context of that, we just went... Like, we just forgot how to think for a second. I'm like, yeah, that's fine. Wait a minute.
Definitely need to... Okay, what is this going on now? Oh, this corrosion! Oh, so now it has got another thing going on for it.
Wait,
Wait, there's corrosion too?
We just added
Yeah.
corrosion to it, and then the summon redeployment gets more
Wait.
stats for some
What?
reason.
Wait, this is a geek. Why does the geek have corrosion?
This is absurd. I'm not. I don't even want to address this anymore. Let's move on.
Yeah, let's move on for the sake of our sanity. By the
Oh, I
way,
forgot their skills.
Yeah, I know, right? They didn't actually all go into skill 1. We have like a 9. I think
Wait, hold on. I want to point out what she said. It's true. The summon is better than Iana. As someone who uses Iana, this is true.
Oh my god,
The
you're
one
right.
thing-
Holy
the
shit.
one- Yeah, the one thing the summon can't do that Iana can do is kill air. That's about it.
We have Arknights' first 9 skill operator. We've got it.
Okay.
Oh god, I'm
Okay,
looking at the
let's
skill 2 and I'm just
Okay,
like,
skill 1.
wait, you have skill. Why the fuck did you make a talent 1?
Wait, hold on.
The skill 2 does the same goddamn thing, but just bigger.
Wait.
Skill 1
Skill
sounds
one-
like wait,
Or
skill
something
1's
that's-
literally wait. Wait, skill 1 is a talent. What?
I mean,
Smart
it's a
B,
bit
it's
more.
actually-
It's a little more
No.
extreme than a talent, but
I mean, here's the thing though. If you take the 80 and make it like 20, it's basically a talent, right? Am I not?
Yeah, honestly, you're kind of right. Yeah, you're right.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm not even gonna bother looking at that skill 2. Like, I took one look at this, and I'm like, nah, that's just talent 1 redux.
Wait,
Nah,
And
I've seen enough. I'm not looking at that talent.
wait. Earlier in the chat, you were saying, "Oh, there's no way to control it," and now in skill 2, it's just like, "Oh, you could switch between it." It's like, what?
Can I just say, if your skill is a talent but better, don't do it.
I'm just gonna.
At least skill 1 we can kind of talk about, but
Do we
whatever.
want to just collectively agree to give balance a 0 here, just for the just for that?
Let's just
talent?
move on. Yeah, I just want to go story and call it a day.
But just,
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest.
Like, I'll be
that
real with
talent
you.
was So... Yeah, no, I'm not gonna bother looking at it. I'm sorry. I'm just
Whatever.
I'm just giving balance a straight 0. I can't.
Can I just say, I already hate the lore because if Yuri was a healer, brother, half your kit is killing somebody. It's not a healer anymore.
There's a sarcasm healer. Maybe it's different.
I mean,
Sure.
here's the thing, right? Ak is done better than this because Ak, even though he's a geek and a specialist, he is the level 3 medic trainer.
Yeah.
So Ak is literally done better already, even if though it's not in his lore. It's literally just through observation.
Anywho, are we gonna go to page 2 of lore? Or we gonna do that?
No. Sure. I didn't learn much, but I read it.
This op has just broken our brain so much at this point. I will ask that please don't intentionally troll, because I will legit ban you from the contest if you legit troll.
Is this a legit troll?
No, as far as I can tell, this was
Like I
just
said, I'm
they
gonna
made the
do this
operator.
again.
Okay. Because if this is a troll operator, it's just... Because here's the thing, we've had, like, quote-unquote troll operators before, but those are very apparently a
Blatantly
troll, but
troll.
also... Like, those were blatantly trolled, but also, like, taken seriously in the sense that people tried to make them work, you know? This is just...
What am I even looking at?
I'll be honest, I lost interest a while ago.
Do we just want to move on to voice lines and then, you know what? I'm gonna be
Can we just
honest.
move on?
I'm
I'm
not reading
tired.
this.
I'm just tired.
I'm gonna
I'm
be
tired.
honest. I'm kind of just gonna skip the voice lines here. I'm gonna be real. That with what that talent 1 did, I'm like, nah, fam.
I just read the voice lines. The voice lines don't even do anything for the character. They're the most generic-ass voice lines.
Alright, anywho, let's just do points. Boop, you want to just start us off with points?
Alright.
I'm like, I can't.
Lore, I'll give you because you put effort into the lore and like actually wrote shit and whatever little I read, I'll give you like half a point for lore. For cohesion integration, I'll just give you a 0. Balance, I'll give you a 0, and kit, I'll give you a 0 because it's just like,
Alright.
why does this operator exist? What is the point of this operator other than chaos? And if you want a good example of a chaotic operator, Ak and Spuria are basically great examples. Because they have chaos within them, but it's organized, right? Ak will literally shoot you full of drugs, and then you'll be like Popeye with his spinach, you know?
Anywho, medkits. You just want to give an overall point? Or
I
do you
mean,
wanna-
I wanted to go off real quick. Like, at least, like Rufus was saying, they're organized chaos. They tell you exactly who's gonna get hit with the skill. You understand what you're doing. I don't see a universe where this works. I'm just thinking. No.
More Kit.
I will
Alice
give you.
Cohesion.
I will give you a pity 0.5 for Kit because it is fresh technically.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
It's technically fresh. I've never seen anything like this. The first. Okay, let me put it this way. I thought Ella was roll compression. You took it to another level. Yeah, just 0.5 overall. I think my total score is gonna be 0.5, like as a whole.
I will also join in giving this a 0.5 overall. I'm just not gonna overly go into it outside of, you know what? You'll get a little bit of pity point from the kit being fresh derogatory, and you'll have a little bit of pity points for the lore doing something. But Dios mio, what the hell did I just read? Alright, so that's a 1.5. Alright, well that's gonna be a very easy
Yeah,
score.
I mean, I don't think it's all for roll compression. I'm just trying to put it in a nice way. I feel like if you do this sort of thing again, you're actually trolling, and you unironically probably should get banned if you pull this shit again. To be honest with you.
I will unironically ban if you do this again. Because you know at this point. Anywho, congrats, Quacker. After
I
that
will at
absolute
least
roller
give
coaster.
I will at least give Hyper credit. It was quite a roller coaster.
It was an absolute roller coaster.
Who was first place?
A Quacker.
Merc-
Quacker just won.
Nice.
With the
Congratulations,
Which one was Crackers again?
Quacker.
Which one was Crackers again?
Five-star agent.
Oh, I
Five-star
love that
agent
one.
is
Yeah.
Yeah,
Was-
reminder that no theme does mean that it still needs to work within the game. Like, it's not that just YOLO it. It does not mean YOLO it.
Honestly, I would rather have another helicopter than whatever the fuck I just read.
I will take... Lasat, I will take all the math... Your math errors are forgiven.
Exactly.
Yeah, Lasat, I'm so
Lasat,
sorry,
Give me,
Lasat.
give me your
sorry.
give me your math errors.
I will
I
take math
demand.
errors every day of the week. I am so
We
sorry.
weren't
Lasat.
we weren't familiar with your game.
We're fucking Thanos. Perhaps I treated you too harshly.
Yeah,
Please,
honestly.
Thanos right now.
Because here's my thing, like, okay,
Thanos.
I forgot who said it already, or someone wrote it out, but I'm like, if you're gonna troll, at least make it work.
Oh my god.
This isn't helping me at all. My math messed up so much, but
Perhaps
you're
I treated-
forgiven.
Okay,
Perhaps
wait,
I
wait,
treated
hold
you
on.
too harshly, Lasat.
Let me just say, Lasat, like, Lasat, you had
The
genuine
ideas were there.
potential. Yeah, like, you had the idea. You just needed to tune the numbers a lot.
Like, the idea was fine. Anywho, what a way to do the 10th OC contest. Jesus
You know, I will
Christ.
say, actually, I should have given Hyper another point. The name is accurate. The fell thing. It fell, certainly.
Oh yeah,
It
something
fell.
fell. Oh, something fell, alright.
It fell, alright.
But yeah, congrats to Quacker. Congrats, Quacker. I will
It was a
DM
good- it
you
was a
for
good
your roll color, for what you would wish your roll color to be. But big congrats again. Next contest again will be themeless. It's just more end housekeeping things. Next contest will be themeless, so you know there's no overlying thing. But I will release my personal OC that I'm making as the teaser for the theme one that comes after the next one. By the way, judge for the next one, I believe, is determined. It should, barring any weird time shenanigans, our next judge should be Spipply. So,
Oh, I need to join now.
Spipley will be our next guest judge.
I need to
Listen,
join and make the
Oh,
worst
God, if
phalanx
all-
caster known to
Medkit's gonna
mankind.
get shot in real life at that rate.
I need to make someone that's racist against the goats.
I will also add Spipley knows phalanx casters like no one else. So if you try to pander, you're gonna get like fucking 0.5s and it's bad.
No. Like I need to make someone that's like objectively just hates phalanx casters. You know what I'm saying? Like a just racist phalanx
I
caster.
think Spipley's gonna kill you.
And
Might actually kill you. Alright.
and
I'm gonna throw you at Sock. The raid message will be, we found AK's first 9 skill operator. There you go. That'll be raid message. That'll do it from us. We're gonna go read Gaze of Sanity because what the fuck did I just read? Anywho, off you go,
Alright.
Sock. Have a good night.
good night, everybody.
Thank you, Medkits, for
Night,
sticking
y'all.
through this.
Thanks for hanging out, guys.
I don't know if I'll ever do this again, but that was an experience.
That last one officially broke Medkits. Anywho, off y'all go.
Yeah.
Good night, y'all. Schedule will be up sometime soon. Bye-bye.